If you are passionate about mechanical gaming keyboards and our gold standard mechanical switches, you've
He drew both games with Liverpool last season, 1-0 and 1-1 all at Anfield, where Willock scored a 95th minute equaliser. But Liverpool on the front foot for the moment as Mane steps quickly to the side on the edge of the box, but a good tackle in from Cher. But I think part of that muted celebration from Shelvey was the fact that he knows how much work Newcastle are going to have to do defensively now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the chance here maybe for Liverpool straight away. Oh, hit the post. It was offside. Flag went up for offside. It was Sadio Mane played in brilliantly on the edge of the box, but the flag went up after the shot came back off the post.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Mane trying to get through here. Just see another replay. Yeah, he's well offside there, isn't he? Good line from the Newcastle defence. It was Salah finding him as he battered it towards goal. I mean, from that position, he's got to be hitting the back of the net, hasn't he? And he's got to make VAR make a decision and rule it out, really. But in the end, offside. So yeah, it's not going to count anyway, is it? As Liverpool almost hit back instantly. But that's the sort of thing that Jurgen Klopp will really want them to do, because we know with this Liverpool side, we saw it numerous times last season, the longer the game goes on, the more pressure from the Anfield crowd, it can get a little bit on top of them on occasions.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it's still wave after wave of a Liverpool attack, but I think they've got to be more careful about getting caught on the break like they did for the Newcastle goal than worried about getting through, because they are going to get a chance, they are going to get through this Newcastle defence. Look at the record, they don't keep clean sheets. Liverpool are going to get chances here, but I think the one thing they've got to be careful about is the ball over the top for Saint-Maximin again.
Absolutely, and without Virgil van Dijk as well orchestrating that defence, Konate and Matip will have to be in good communication between each other, but for the moment they are behind and they have conceded, so they still have plenty of work to do with the Newcastle side that have been dogged in defence so far. 10 minutes gone in this game, gone past us lightning fast, as Mane receives the ball in a central position, as Matip fires it forward, Jota back flicks it on towards Mane, can't quite take that one under control, as Manquillo is there to get the ball away. But clear intent from Liverpool to just fire it forward quickly and keep the pace of their attacks going, as Matip down the right hand side looks for Alexander-Arnold into Matip once again. Now with Henderson inside the Newcastle half, as is Konate now. Thiago on the left hand side, can't afford to keep giving the ball away like he did in those earlier minutes. Steps one way then the other, gets around Hayden, then tries to flick the ball forward, not on the same wavelength as Jota, and that ball goes all the way through to Dubravka. But the Newcastle plan is there, and it's worked for the first 11 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Eddie Howe will be thinking, well, this is a good start, but we've got to still dig in. We've got to make sure we do the fundamentals and defend well. So far they are defending quite well. Manquillo did show good instincts there moments ago to just cover that ball through, and the passes are finding the feet at the moment, as Saint-Maximin gets a good layoff out to Joelinton. And
plenty of space for Newcastle to exploit as Fraser goes down the left hand side. Alexander-Arnold is just in front of Lewis, and that is what you call a hamstring.
Yeah, that's a bad one. He's pulled up there. He was going on the overlap of Fraser, and Jamal Lewis looks to have done his hamstring, unfortunately. It's inside the first 12 minutes. That is a shocker for the former Norwich City man. There's
no chance he's staying on, is there?
Yeah, Matt Ritchie maybe they want to come on. He's played a bit of left back recently, hasn't he? If they want to go with an even more defensive option, then maybe Kieran Clark. But it looks terminal, this, doesn't it, for Jamal Lewis?
It does. It looks like Ritchie's warming up on the sidelines. I think if they brought on Clark, it would probably see a different formation, maybe a 5 at the back in that sense. But I think Eddie Howe will want to keep things as is for the moment. So we'll see if Ritchie does come on, as we see another replay of Shelvey. Yeah, Alisson's got Thiago and Oxlade-Chamberlain in front of him, obstructing his view, and he just curls it the way that he doesn't expect.
It's clever from Shelvey. He's used those defenders as a screen. Nothing really that Alisson could do about that. It was a great strike, and a very crafty one as well from former Liverpool player.
Absolutely. You often see players just lashing at the ball in front of goal, but he's just looked at that and calmed down and thought, let's play this like a pass. Let's try and just whip it into the perfect space, and he's done exactly that, as we see more footage of Jamal Lewis on the sidelines. His evening is absolutely done and dusted, as Eddie Howe in conversation on the sidelines as to exactly who to bring on. Joe Matip having a word with Mike Dean, the ref.
I mean, just looking at John Joe Shelvey there, he looks really comfortable in a 4-5-1. I think a 4-5-1 formation might suit him a little bit more than than the more attacking formations that he was previously used to at Newcastle, and of course during his Liverpool days, they didn't usually pack the midfield, did they? But he just has to do less running, he has to do less tackling, which obviously not strengths of his, but he is able to still, join up with the attacks when they break, and this role might really suit him.
A bit like David Luiz in a 5 at the back for Chelsea. It allows him time to quarterback the ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, and of course he's got a great range of passing, hasn't he, Jonjo Shelvey? So I think this, Eddie Howe sort of hit on something here, and I think Jonjo Shelvey might be a real beneficiary of this formation.
Newcastle down to 10 men for the moment as Lewis has gone off. As Henderson tries to go down the right hand side, Fraser cuts that one out, plays it down the left in towards St Maximin. Matip cuts it out and gives it in towards Trent Alexander-Arnold. Back inside now with his skipper Henderson. Looks to whip a ball in towards the far post, headed back by Robertson, then out by Manquillo. As picking up that one is Murphy. Robertson comes in for a tackle and just catches the Newcastle man. He went flying for the ball, didn't he? And Murphy was clever and got his legs in the way. And it does look now as though it's just going to be a straight swap. Matt Ritchie going to come on at left fullback.
Yeah, Lewis is straight down the tunnel, isn't he? That looks it's a hamstring strain. Those usually take a few weeks to sort out. He's a fast twitch player, fullback who gets forward really well, and just seems to be getting no momentum to his Newcastle career at the moment, as that injury is a real blow for him personally. Yeah,
he'll have the scans, won't he, to see how bad of an injury it is, how much of a strain or a muscle tear potential it is. It's
Liverpool were interested in signing Lewis, weren't they, before he left Norwich? I think Liverpool actually maybe even made a bid, but wasn't up to Norwich's asking price.
As Henderson fires one quickly forward towards Salah, over in behind Matt Ritchie, who's just come on now. Salah coming forward, tries to play it across the face of goal, but smashes it straight at the Scot. Matt Ritchie, and he's frustrated there. Salah, he feels as though he should have done better.
Yeah, I mean, the Newcastle defence got back well again in that situation, but there was a little moment there where the ball got played over the top. They were stretched, and Ritchie, who's just come on, doesn't quite get close enough here to close down the cross, but he does in the end because it was played too close to him.
Corner over on the far side of the field. Trent Alexander-Arnold with an out-swinging right-footed corner to come. Konate, Matip, Jota and Mane all between the penalty spot and the edge of the box as the ball eventually comes in towards Konate. Free header at goal, and he misses the target by 3 yards.
Yeah, I mean, how do you allow probably the biggest aerial threat to have a free header? It's just good movement from Konate. He's come round the back, he's moved into a space on the penalty spot, a space that's been cleared out by good movement from his teammates, and Newcastle just stood there like statues watching him as he gets a free header, and probably should do a little bit better than that. Should get it on target at least and force the man on the line to do a bit of work there. Yeah,
the minimum's got to be on target, hasn't it? In that sort of situation, you've got to trouble the keeper. Anything can happen once it's left your head and it's gone on target, but a really poor header on that occasion from the young centre-half. 78% possession to Liverpool, no surprise, seeing as though Newcastle are up. As Alisson comes out from the back, does he touch that one with his hand? Mike Dean, offside from Alan St Maximin. It was risky from Alisson because he came out of his box.
Yeah, it was just a big sort of boot in the air from Cher, but St Maximin doesn't get back on side, so everything after that is a moot point. But Alisson, we've seen a couple of times where he comes out to the edge of his box and all of a sudden kind of loses his bearings when he gets into that area, but on this occasion it wouldn't have mattered.
Konate, long ball over the top towards Mane, tries to take it down on his shoulder. It just comes off at a funny angle, but Manquillo can't quite nick the ball for now. The Senegal man is still on the ball. Manquillo toes that one away, goes out for a Liverpool throw, much to Manquillo's disappointment. And he will wait for Robertson to come across for this one. It's still 0-0 in the game at Stamford Bridge between Chelsea and Everton. From what we saw before this game kicked off, it was all going the way of the Blues, the Chelsea Blues that one is. But it's not going the way of the Reds so far. Liverpool trailing at home against Newcastle United. Trent Alexander-Arnold on the ball in the middle of the park with Henderson, and now Konate switched the ball from right to left now with Thiago, looking for a runner down the left, but comes inside in towards Henderson. Maybe a chance to shoot for him. Flicks it over towards the right-hand side. Nice idea, poor execution.
Yeah, usually a lot of quality on Liverpool's balls into the penalty area, but the last couple of attacks they've lacked that precision when they've just been trying to force it really. And Thiago on the previous attack on this occasion, Henderson is trying to chip a very, very delicate ball. You almost need backspin on that to have any chance of finding a teammate. And they're all Newcastle holding a line, albeit a deep offside line, but it's a good one, and Liverpool aren't able to get through there.
Yeah, Salah found himself in a nice position, but it had to be a terrific ball, didn't it, to find him, and it wasn't on that occasion as Jota drives forward with the ball, maybe foul, but continues on his feet, goes to his left-hand side, strikes towards goal, hits the side netting, Another break and another chance for Liverpool, but another one where the quality wasn't there in the final third.
That's more like it from Liverpool. Mane goes in, pressurises the defender. It falls to Jota. He's away from Cher and he's getting a shot in from the edge of the box, and that is only 6 inches wide of the near post, and it had power, and it was almost in beyond Dubravka, who probably quite relieved to see it hit the side netting.
Yeah, he didn't quite get his foot around it enough, did he, to get that one on target. It was Shelby trying to press him all the way, but couldn't quite get near to the Portuguese. But it has all been Liverpool since that goal, as we expected. But yet to level the game with just about 19 minutes gone. Matip on halfway with Konate. Konate gives it into Thiago, back to the centre half, looking maybe to the right hand side. He wasn't confident in playing a ball over the top, so just went short in towards Henderson, who eventually finds Alexander-Arnold back to his skipper. Now in towards Matip in a central position, driving forward with the ball, goes to his right hand side, onto the edge of the box towards Oxlade-Chamberlain. It's Jota, cuts the ball back maybe towards the penalty spot. Jota trying to get there, as it's Joel Linton, I think, with a foot in the end, as Henderson strikes one. That's against Joel Linton. It may have been Jamal Lascelles who got the ball out in the middle of the box.
Yeah, it was a scramble though, wasn't it? I mean, just for a brief split second you thought that's going to fall on a plate for Thiago, who's come in from the left hand side and he's hovering around about the penalty spot. I think it's Hayden who gets his legs in a tangle and just gets the ball away via a deflection, and the shot again is deflected beyond his
Konate trying to get that one. It's headed away by a Newcastle head though. Comes to Alexander-Arnold, fires it to the right hand side. 2 Newcastle players are down with head injuries here. Surely the game has to be stopped, but it continues. Jota, 1 strike, 2 strike, into the back of the net. Surely that has to be ruled out, does it? Liverpool are level for the moment, but surely that was 2 head injuries.
Yeah, I mean, the referee has had a shocker here. Newcastle players are saying, look, it's a clash of heads between 2 players inside the box. They're playing everybody on side. I mean, this is like the David De Gea incident of a couple of weeks ago against Arsenal. That situation was similar to this because it was 2 players colliding. So it was Fred against David De Gea, both from the same team. And this, again, is a case of 2 Newcastle players colliding. But it's a head injury. You've got to stop it, haven't you? I mean, I think the rules say you've got to stop, but the referee's got a good look at it and he just lets play on.
Absolutely. It was Konate, I think, jumped into Lascelles, and it was behind Lascelles that 2 players went down. Shearer's got himself back to his feet, but as you say, Hayden's still on the deck holding his head, and it's as clear as day. The rule book is, as soon as there's a head injury, the referee has to stop it. Mike Dean hasn't spotted it, and it's going to be a goal.
The only thing I can say is that if Mike Dean thinks he has spotted it and he thinks that the players aren't really injured, but I mean, how do you disprove that? Those players are going to make the most of it. It's really controversial. It didn't need to have been controversial. Mike Dean could have just blown his whistle and there'd be no controversy, but that's Mike Dean. He's let it run, and now we've got this situation here where Newcastle are screaming, complete blue murder, really.
Absolutely, and Eddie Howe's hand is rightly in the air, complaining and asking for the foul to be given. I don't think I've seen a situation like this before where a goal has been scored after a head injury, so I'm not sure if VAR can come into this one or not. I don't feel as though it can. I don't think I've ever seen it for something like this before. It's up to the referee's discretion, I don't know, but that goal should have been ruled out. And Jota's had 2 bites at the cherry at it as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the time of the David De Gea one, I felt that that was the correct decision because it wasn't a head injury. It was 2 players from the same team colliding. I think the referee got lucky because he tried to whistle on that occasion. Mike Dean isn't trying to whistle here. He is just letting it run. Maybe he's letting it run in because he thinks that VAR will give him a steer one way or the other.
Absolutely, as Isaac Hayden eventually walks off the field. See a replay now. Konate goes into Cher and Lascelles, and it's Lascelles who then collides into Hayden. They're both hurt, and I do think it's Hayden on the floor that plays Jota onside as well, just looking back at it. And, see it now. Hayden's caught underneath Cher and Hayden. There's an elbow that lands on Hayden. Cher tries to hold himself up, and Hayden's the man that's the arm pull up. But
goal stands. Goal stands, controversial one. I'm sure they'll go over that many times in the morning, so to speak. But at the moment, it's 1-1 in the game, and Liverpool have been given a lifeline. But a mistake here from Thiago again. Yeah,
Saint-Maximin driving through into the box, strikes at goal. Alisson saves it. Matip steers it away. But another chance for Newcastle, and another warning to Liverpool's defence, and especially their midfielder, Thiago.
Yeah, he's having a bad opening 20 odd minute to this game, isn't he? And he took that one on himself. He said, look, my fault, I've given the ball away midfield. Liverpool come in again, though.
Yeah, they've got an advantage as Oxlade-Chamberlain drives away with the ball. Hayden with a good tackle. Shelvey then steers the ball, and the advantage had ended. Quick ball forward by Newcastle to the left-hand side. So Ian Fraser gets there first, knocks it off Matip, and out for a throw-in on the far side of the field. St. Maximin still has his hands on his head, then puts some over his mouth. He can't believe it. He's not quite hit the corner, has it? It's a little bit too central to Alisson.
Yeah, it was definitely within Alisson's sort of perimeter where he could make a save like that, and the situation that he was given there, St. Maximin driving towards goal, was a chance where he could really put it in the corner where the keeper wouldn't have been able to get it.
Absolutely, in a crazy and thoroughly entertaining first half of the first half, and over to you, Si, to take us through to half time.
Yeah, it's been the belter, hasn't it? You know, the way that Newcastle set up, you thought this might be a slow burner, but no, we've seen some quality football. Liverpool dominating. In terms of passes, just seen a stat, 150 passes. Newcastle made 19, but it's 1-1 on the scoreboard. And Newcastle's goal less controversial than Liverpool's equaliser as Ritchie gets it. The substitute plays it back into Joe Linton, who's surrounded by 4 red shirts. Does find a bad pass there by Shelvey. He's going around the keeper and it's saved. Ball comes back to Mohamed Salah, who scores, and that is going to count as Sane's effort was saved by Dubravka. It came back to Salah and he put it home for 2-1 Liverpool.
Well, every single time he's played Newcastle at Anfield, he's scored, and he's done it once again. And I tell you what, it could have been a penalty had Mane gone down on the edge of the box, but it fell nicely to Salah, and it's 2-1 Liverpool, just like that.
And he's equalled he's gone better than Jamie Vardy's record, hasn't he? I think that is the new record for the most consecutive games scoring and or assisting a goal for Mohamed Salah. And he's done it here off the back of a shocking back pass from Shelvey. Not enough weight on it. Mane was onto it in front of Cher. Gets his shot away. Saved by Dubravka. Comes back to the Egyptian and he just slots it home from about 10 yards out.
Absolutely. And another record is a Liverpool record. It's the first time any Liverpool player has scored 5 games in a row at Anfield in the league. Goes on his own. Newcastle
were leading for about 10 minutes of this game, maybe a bit more. Now they find themselves 2-1 down in the space of a couple of minutes. So it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. Cracking game list, and Liverpool back in possession inside their own half with Konate. Goes square to Matip. Matip moves into the Newcastle half, knocks it wide to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Jota's looking for a ball over the top, but it's played short to Salah. Back to Konate on the halfway line. And now Thiago will be relieved that his mistakes have not cost his side too much as things stand. Bit of juggling on the edge of the box there, doesn't quite come off for Oxlade-Chamberlain. Jota pressurises Murphy and gives a free kick away inside Newcastle's half. Eddie Howe probably still spitting feathers for that original decision on the Liverpool equaliser, but his team has got to get on with things now. Yeah, he's got every right to be annoyed, but as you say, they've just got to get on with things, and it's such a huge moment, that, because it puts so much momentum in Liverpool's court, didn't it? And that's where the second goals come from. I mean, they've shot themselves in the foot with the back pass, haven't they? But that probably wouldn't have come had they still been ahead. Yeah, Dubravka takes a free kick, hits it towards Murphy and St. Maximin. It's won by Konate. Now Thiago plays it back to Matty. Flick wide to Alexander-Arnold, looking for the run of Salah. He's played him in, but then the cover comes across from Lascelles' sliding challenge and puts it into the Anfield Road stand on the far side. As a bit of juggling there amongst the supporters before it's returned, and now Alexander-Arnold drops it into Matip, and Konate brings it forward. Liverpool just dropping the tempo a little bit now. We're really trying to force things in the early stages of this game. It wasn't always working for them, but the boots on the other foot now. They can be a little bit more relaxed about how they approach this now. Just one other thing to note was that both goals were created on the right-hand side of Liverpool's attack, i.e. the left-hand side of Newcastle's defence, where they don't have Jamal Lewis anymore. Yeah, of course, they changed there early through the hamstring injury. Could have been a factor. Ball into the box from Thiago. It's attempt to flick it on there by Jota. Comes to Hayden, who knocks it clear, but it's too high for St. Maximin. He's pointing to his feet and saying, get it to feet. It's gone over his head. Alisson pops it back to Alexander-Arnold. Ball into the penalty area here. Cher gets the header in over the top of Jota. It falls to Oxlade-Chamberlain, who digs out across towards the back post. Heads go up and it's headed away from goal by Hayden. Drops on the edge of the box. Liverpool pick it up. Henderson now trying to work his way into a position to cross the ball. Goes wide of Shelvey, but he's forced to the corner flag. Knocks it back here. Robertson's cross is poor. It's not a great touch near post there by Manquillo. Gets it away eventually. Liverpool coming right back at them though with Robertson out towards Henderson, but the pass was a little bit strong and it goes behind for a Newcastle goal kick.
Yeah, Liverpool bright on the left hand side. Henderson, the Sunderland man against Newcastle, as we just see another replay of that St Maximin chance. Didn't quite hit the corner, but it's the first chance they had after going behind, and that could have been absolutely huge. Oh, sorry, that was after the level, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was at 1-1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
this game could have gone any different way, couldn't it?
Liverpool have the lead. Jurgen Klopp was celebrating that one with real fire and intensity on his face. He knows how important this game is. Newcastle have it. Wearing their change colours of blue. There's a grab on Shelvey there. And Shelvey's now motioning to the referee to book the Liverpool player. He's waving an imaginary yellow card in the direction of Mike Dean there, who's just not going to take any notice of him whatsoever.
Yeah, his feisty character is Jota, who was involved with Shelvey there, and he seems to be right in the referee's ear quite a lot this evening, does Jota.
So Liverpool have held a really high line for this free kick, which is inside the Newcastle half. They've pushed up to almost not far away from the edge of the centre circle. Now it's lifted in by Cher. Now they drop back. It's over the head of the intended target, Lascelles, and volleyed away by Alexander-Arnold up to the near the halfway line for a throw. But yeah, just when you saw Mike Dean's name on the team sheets, you knew there might be a few moments of controversy in this game. And the Tranmere Rovers fan, of course, is, isn't he? Has delivered one already with that non-decision on the opening goal.
I have to say, when I do see the announcement of who the referees are, I don't think I ever mention it to the people that are around me unless it's Mike Dean. And I did mention it this week that it got announced to a couple of people that I know, and yeah, it's come to bite Newcastle, hasn't it?
Yeah, as Liverpool have a throw in on the halfway line, they knock it back into Konate's feet. He plays it out to the left-hand side for Robertson, who's a little bit narrow at the moment, not offering much width on that left, so they're looking back towards the right. No, back to Robertson on the halfway line. Liverpool happy just to pass it square and play the safe passes at the moment, whereas earlier they were looking to bombard the Newcastle penalty area. Now there's a bit more control about this game for them as Alexander-Arnold takes it by the corner flag, back heels it, but Joe Linton is there, knocks it down the line, flicked on by Fraser, but nobody able to gather that, and it's Liverpool's ball once more, thrown in already, and back to Konate as we go past half an hour in this Premier League match. Thiago to Matip. Matip sort of stutters as he looks to play the ball forward, and now knocks it square to Alexander-Arnold. Back he goes to the halfway line, and Konate. Not sure if Newcastle have still made more than 19 passes in this game. Liverpool well on their way to about 250, I think, by now, as it's knocked forward by Thiago into Mane's feet. A little pirouette on the ball to get away from Hayden. Moves into central midfield, knocks it to Matip. Back he goes to Henderson. And now a little ball from Salah looking for Mane, who made a good run into the box. He's headed on towards Jota, who fires a volley over the bar. Yeah,
it was instinctive from Jota, up on his right-hand side, almost at head height, just swivelled quickly and hit it first time. It was a nice little idea from Salah, wasn't it, to try and flick it over the top towards Mane. And Henderson's ball did fall towards Jota, never really got his foot over it to knock it down.
No, hard those, aren't they?
Yep.
But he was alive to the situation when it was headed to him. He wasn't looking to just set up a teammate, he was looking to lash it towards goal. Diogo Jota,
who's got 9 goals himself this season already, which is within the top 3. He's only behind Jamie Vardy, I think, and Mohamed Salah, of course. He's looking for it, he's hungry.
Yeah, he is, yeah. As header comes in there from Ritchie, drops in midfield. Thiago nods it on towards Robertson, who stabs it towards Shelvey. Shelvey now takes such loses it for a brief moment and gets it back. Liverpool's pressure has forced Newcastle all the way back to Dubravka. And the Slovakian keeper hits it high towards halfway line. Joe Linton's flick on. Fraser didn't read it. It's a back pass now to Alisson from Alexander-Arnold. And Liverpool just seem to have got their rhythm going now, don't they? It's all seemed to have fallen into place for the Merseysiders. Part of a 3-way Premier League title race now, with Manchester City topping the table coming into this round of midweek fixtures. Slip on the far side there from Ritchie. Can Liverpool profit? The ball into the box and a scrambling clearance from Cher puts it over the bars. Mane was lurking, but a slip from Ritchie just gave Salah the time to put that ball in the box.
Yeah, that right-hand side for Liverpool again. It gave Salah time. I think he's offside, Mane, but I mean, that attempt of a ball is ridiculous from Salah, outside of the boot, curling in. Share with a great block as well.
Well, he's just missed out on the Ballon d'Or shortlist, hasn't he? Mohamed Salah looks like he's playing with a little bit of added motivation for this game. He's come for a corner, which Robertson's lifted high towards the back post, headed away by Newcastle. Drops on the edge here. Oxlade-Chamberlain looks to volley it back in, and he got underneath it. It's into the crowd.
Yeah, he stood up to it square alongside the goal, didn't he? And it sort of drifted to his left. He's trying to get his foot around it and just hooked it straight into Rose Ed. Not his finest effort on that occasion.
But yeah, Mohamed Salah, I mean, there were a few eyebrows raised when he was sort of snubbed as well. Was he not on the FIFA Pro list as well?
The FIFA Pro 23 list, he's not on it's 23
strange.
Players.
That's strange.
What's
He controlled it. A right foot maybe outside the boot shot, and he never quite got hold of it there.
Yeah, he scuffed it. His right foot has never been his greatest, has it? But once again, it's in behind Richie. So much space. Richie's not had a great. What is it been? 20-odd minutes since he came on, and Salah has to score.
Yep, it's a good volleyed pass there from Oxlade-Chamberlain to release him. Played it into an area where Richie had pushed on a little bit too high, and Salah's pace was always going to get him in there. He's trying to recover here, Richie, but he's got no chance. Salah, you know, usually would finish that off. He's gone with his right foot. Maybe he could have gone with his left in the end. He had so much time.
Yeah, he did have a lot of time. He had to slow down, didn't he, for the ball to bounce perfectly for him to head it on. But by the time, as you said, Richie was never going to catch him.
So Liverpool just passing up the odd chance now in this game. 2-1 up with 10 minutes left in the first half. Yeah, Salah's equalled Jamie Vardy's record of consecutive games for goal involvement of 15 now. As Liverpool have it on the edge of the Newcastle box. Good challenge comes in from Hayden, comes back to Thiago, lifts a pass out left towards Robertson, takes a couple of touches to bring it under and knocks it back to Henderson. Henderson lifts it out towards Salah, who's trying to get on the back of Richie again, and Richie has to head it behind for a corner. He's saying he didn't get a shout there, but he had to do something with that because Salah was right in position to volley that cross in.
Yeah, he was just going to, as you say, volley it right-footed first time into the box to see if anybody else could have got onto the end of that one. It was a searching ball from Henderson. The goalkeeper thought about coming and then decided not to as well.
So Konate and Matip lurk on the edge of the penalty area. Konate was the one who got the free header in on the last corner from this side from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Here it comes, whipped in, right-footed towards the centre goal, headed away by Newcastle and Hayden. Liverpool pick it up now deep in midfield with Oxlade-Chamberlain. He sends it back out towards Alexander-Arnold. Richie again has to head it away. Comes back to Alexander-Arnold. His cross is deflected off Joe Linton. Now it's knocked away by Fraser. And now Richie leaves it for Shelvey. Given away though by Newcastle. Thiago steps in. His pass inside has broken the way of Hayden. And Newcastle play all the way back to Dubravka now. He's got three men closing in on him though as he knocks it away to Fraser. Can't keep it in. And that again just shows you how Liverpool's pressure forces mistakes from teams, and this goalkeeper, he had three players bearing down on him on that back pass.
Yeah, just hunting in packs, aren't they, this Liverpool side over on that right hand side. Newcastle, every time they received the ball, they had about half a second and then there was a man on them.
So it's going to be a throw-in to be taken by Alexander-Arnold. He's given that one straight away to Joe Linton though. Can Saint-Maximin profit from this ball down the line? No, challenge from Matip is a good one, and it's kept in by Alexander-Arnold before another tackle by Joe Linton goes out for a throw to Liverpool. Taken already. And Liverpool changing the point of attack now over to the left-hand side as Robertson runs into a bit of space from Oxlade-Chamberlain's pass. Back to Henderson. Base of the midfield. He works it back to Thiago. And Liverpool try and pass around Saint-Maximin, who is the first line of Newcastle defence. The rest of the team so deep in a sort of 5 and a 4. Behind Saint-Maximin, was the only player ahead of the ball. Liverpool still have it with Matip. And now Henderson. Chipped into the penalty area, looking for Robertson, making a blindside run, but a good challenge by Hayden gets it away. It might have been Murphy actually. Comes back as far as Henderson. Now Oxlade-Chamberlain. Maybe just need to lift the tempo of the passing here, Liverpool. But Jota slips it to Robertson, edge of the penalty area. Now wide to Mane, who's peeled away from the box, or who's pulled away from the box, I should say. He now knocks it back to Henderson, 25 yards out. Over to Matip it goes. Long series of passes here from Liverpool. Is there an end product coming from it? It's out towards Salah. Usually there is when he gets on the ball. Back to Trent Alexander-Arnold, who's quickly challenged there by Joelinton. A bit of afters there as it's crossed in by Henderson. It's knocked away. Joelinton and Alexander-Arnold still exchanging furrowed brows. I don't think there's much more than that going on though. Liverpool fully focused on the game here as Salah gets it again off that right-hand side, looking for a 1-2 here with Thiago. A good challenge comes in from Fraser this time to concede the corner.
Yeah, I think they're trying to double up Salah now over on that far side. Fraser is just so deep supporting Richie, isn't he? It's the Egyptian is reigning terror on that right flank, and once again, even though he doesn't get the ball in the end, it forces a last-ditch tackle and a corner.
So the corners are mounting up here for Liverpool, and again there's a bit of whispering going on between Matip and Konate as they move into the penalty area. This one's crossed in left-footed by Robertson, knocked away at the near post on the volley by Joelinton. Alexander-Arnold, who was on the corners from that side, now picks it up, and Liverpool will come at Newcastle again with Henderson. Back to Oxlade-Chamberlain, centre of the park. Robertson in the centre forward position at the moment, trying to get involved between two Newcastle defenders as Henderson gets it again. Back to him from Jota. Jota's now playing left back, and Robertson's now playing centre forward.
Yeah,
very fluid this.
Makeshift, isn't it?
It's gone out to the right-hand side again with a little 1-2 between Salah and Trent Alexander-Arnold. Oh, Salah's just pulled up there as he tries to get in the box, and Joelinton got his body in the way and then gets fouled by the Egyptian. Free kick Newcastle.
Yeah, the ball was just spinning away from Salah on that side, which allowed Joelinton to come across, and in his eagerness to win it back, I think he just nudges the Newcastle man, doesn't he, without touching the ball, and yeah, he just gets a little bit of a trip as well. So easy free kick to give.
He's actually played all right, Joelinton. I mean,
yeah,
completely out of position, but he's not missed a tackle yet, has he? You know, he's doing his job. Liverpool have definitely preyed on that left-hand side of Newcastle since Jamal Lewis went off, and Richie hasn't looked up to it, and he's needed more help. But Joelinton, filling in the middle, has done a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. As Fraser's just gone up top for Newcastle for the moment. Early ball forward for Liverpool. Yeah,
Lascelles is going to get there and knock it back to Dubravka. So there's a little shift in formation here that you've spotted, Matt, and it looks like it's a bit more positive now from Eddie Howe before half-time. Joelinton, who's tackled there by Trent Alexander-Arnold, and Liverpool have it edge of the box now. Can they use it? With Jota, challenge comes in by Hayden. It might drop here to Murphy. Murphy turns away from goal, slips it up towards Fraser. Fraser trying to be the link now, looking to play it out towards Manquillo, but Robertson got there first, and he knocks it back to Alisson with the first-time clearance.
It was better though, wasn't it? It was, at least there was an option in front of Fraser to try and play it to.
Thiago back to Matip. He sends it out towards the right-hand side, and Salah, a little back heel now to Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool causing trouble again on that Newcastle left to Oxlade-Chamberlain. Here's Henderson working it to Robertson. Robertson a little bit underused tonight. It's all come down the right for Liverpool, to be honest, and it's not usually how Robertson sees the game. He's usually very much in the forefront of the attacking play. Challenge from Joelinton is won again, and it's out for a Liverpool throw.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. Robertson's been quite narrow, hasn't it? And I think that's because Trent Alexander-Arnold has basically been a right winger this game, and Salah's been a right forward in front of him, hasn't he? So
Liverpool have it again with Henderson. Now they come over to the left. They threaten to come over to the left, and they go back into the centre, and it's given away by Mane. But he's done well to win the ball back, and he's got it now centre of the park, working it out towards the right. Alexander-Arnold volley cross towards Salah, little cushion header back in. It's flicked away by Fraser's outstretched toe. Then a cross comes in from Matip, which is headed away by Cher. Liverpool come again now with Robertson to Henderson, back to Thiago, chipped over the top. Salah could be in. Oh, he just couldn't quite bring it down, and it goes behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's slightly strong as the pass. It's too far in front of Salah, but Mane was in there once again. Had he been able to square it, it's a nice idea from Thiago. That's what you probably expected from Thiago after coming from Bayern Munich. Has not really hit the heights, has he, of the Bayern Munich days at Liverpool. But those reverse passes, the dinked ball in behind, they're the technical aspects that you expect of somebody from a Barcelona point of view, where he came from.
Yeah, it was a very narrow window he was trying to fit that one into, and he almost did it. There was nothing wrong with the pass. I think Salah was maybe just a half yard away from bringing that one down. As ball's headed in field now, and Liverpool pick it up again. Newcastle immediately back off into their own half, as Konate has it, moves up to the halfway line, and Looks for the runner. It's Jota making a run, but that's intercepted by Cher. Now can Newcastle spring with some maximum? Here comes the cavalry for Newcastle. They've got 3 on 4 hit, 4 in the attackers. So Maximum goes himself, takes it too far, tries to cut it back, and Henderson's there to police in the penalty area and save the day, really.
Yeah, it's a great chance. He had 2 runners either side of him, and I think probably the one on was the one on the left-hand side, but he didn't play it, and as you say, took too long, went to his right-hand side and just wasted it.
Liverpool could make them pay here just before half-time with Salah crossing into the penalty area. It's headed away by Cher, and Liverpool pick it up there with Mane by the corner flag, forced further wide by Manquillo's pressure. Little back heel low is going to play in Robertson. Robertson cuts it back towards the far post, and there's nobody there in red as it's brought away by Fraser. And now Murphy, he's wasted the pass though, has he? Oh, the challenge there by Canate on St Maximin, allowed to stand by the referee, and another strong challenge goes in after that. The referee has given the free kick now, or he said play on because Liverpool have it. Trent Alexander-Arnold puts the ball in the box, volley clear by Cher, goes out towards the far side and will be a throw in to Liverpool. 60 seconds to play, plus probably a couple of minutes of stoppage time, I would think.
Yeah, for Lewis's injury probably.
Yeah,
goal celebrations.
Also the aftermath of the Liverpool equaliser when there was the head clash of heads with I think Hayden down, wasn't it? As Liverpool look for a 1-2 on the right hand side again. They've played in Salah. Defender had to get there. Lascelles with a clearing header behind for another corner.
How many times have we seen a dinked ball down the right hand side that's had to be cleared out for a corner? So many times. It's been lots of
what good
corners.
Teams do, isn't it? They find a weakness and they prey on it time and time again. That's exactly what Liverpool are doing. They've found Newcastle's weakness after about 15 minutes of this game, and they've just mercilessly preyed on it ever since. Here's the short corner. High hanging ball to the back post, heading towards the far post, and a backpedaling Dubravka manages to claim it. Well, Newcastle would do well just to try and hang on to the ball now for the next minute or so to try and get to half time.
Yeah, it was a searching header from Matip there, but yeah, Newcastle, yes, they were ahead, and they obviously will feel rightly aggrieved with that decision for the first Liverpool goal. But to get into half-time, the amount of Liverpool chances that they've had against them, they won't feel as though they're out of it. They'll still feel as if they can get something from the second half.
At 2-1, they're not out of it. I think at 3-1 they probably would be. So this is it's vital here they get through this and don't make any silly mistakes. Cher, base of the defence, chips the ball forward, looking for the run here of Murphy, who's peeled away to the right-hand side. I think he stayed on as well there. So he's got it by the corner flag, and he's looking for the support arriving now with St Maximin. A little shimmy and a little lollipop, but he's not going to fool Liverpool's defence that easily. Goes to wide, tries to cut the ball back towards the near post. Challenge goes in on Hayden. Ball comes back to Murphy, who's wriggling away again. He knocks it back, and a ball driven into the penalty area is cleared away by Liverpool at about the third attempt, and now Salah tries to bring it away. He finds Jota, who's gone over a challenge by Lascelles. It wasn't timed particularly well. The referee's going to give a free kick for an earlier challenge by Joe Linton. And a yellow card comes for the Newcastle player as well.
Yeah, I think he was deciding which one does he give a yellow card for there, Mike Dean. Risky challenge from Canate just before, just about touches the ball.
Yeah, he got the ball before Hayden, I believe, so no penalty. Yeah.
But yeah, Liverpool dangerous on the break. Eddie Howe was calling for it. I'm sure he'd agree if he saw the replays that it was a good tackle in the end. Joe Linton with the yellow card. There was also that challenge on Jota, wasn't there? I think from Lascelles where he caught the Portuguese. No free kick or card for that one because Joe Linton was first.
Just seconds left in the first half. Liverpool leading 2-1 at Anfield. Controversial equaliser from Diogo Jota to cancel out that early strike from John Joe Shelvey. And then, of course, Liverpool within a few minutes had got their goal from Mohamed Salah, which equals Jamie Vardy's run of a goal involvement in 15 consecutive Premier League games. Salah on the ball as the half-time whistle goes from Mike Dean. It's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1.
At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had 2 bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were 2 Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelby. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. A controversial equalising goal for Liverpool after falling behind to a fantastic curled effort from John Joe Shelvey. It was a ball into the box that found Jota. He had two bites of the cherry, hit the back of the net, but there were two Newcastle players down with head injuries at the time. Goal, said Mike Dean. That was then consolidated as Salah got the Liverpool second goal on the 25th minute. At half-time, it's Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. At half-time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 2. We'll leave that one there as the second half has just got underway at Anfield. A warm welcome to this second half of football. Let's hope it's as entertaining as the first half was. It's myself, Matt Guy, and Simon Barlow alongside me for what was an entertaining and controversial first half.
Yeah, I think Liverpool deservedly lead at half-time. It's just the way it sort of came about was a little bit controversial. You know, Mike Dean's made his decision, and VAR ultimately decided not to go against it. But I think Newcastle will try and use that as extra motivation to get back into this game. Got to be disciplined. Looks like neither manager's made any changes at half-time. We'll see if there's any change in the pattern of the game.
Yeah, Liverpool 2, Newcastle 1. That controversial moment was Liverpool's equaliser, as there was a head injury at the time. The ball went into the back of the net as Richie just lays a ball back to Jamal Lascelles, who knocks it down the left-hand side, but Liverpool are able to cut that one out through Joel Matip. So yeah, no changes at half-time. The only change there has been in the game is that Matt Ritchie came on for Jamal Lewis in the first half, and that was quite a key substitution because Newcastle were defending well and then looked a little slacker as Ritchie came onto the field, couldn't quite keep up with Mohamed Salah on the right-hand side, who's been pretty electric tonight as Oxlade-Chamberlain hammers one down the right-hand side. But we was talking just before half-time, and Newcastle are certainly not out of this one. They've had their chances.
Yeah, and I think Eddie Howe's come with a game plan tonight. He probably wasn't expecting to be in the lead any time in the game, really, but what he's done is he's kept and Aston Villa came into it in the last 15-20 minutes. I think Eddie Howe's picked his team here with a view to putting those players on when he hopes Liverpool's intensity drops later on.
Absolutely, it's this thick and fast winter fixture period, isn't it, where Liverpool struggle in the final few minutes of the game, and I think it is a tactical decision, of course, to put the likes of those players on the bench, and you would fancy them to come on, and if they can just be within one goal or even perhaps level at the time they can come on, Eddie Howe will be quietly confident that they will have at least one chance to make it level in this game, and Liverpool have given them multiple chances in the first half, but they are on the ball now with skipper Jordan Henderson on halfway. Yet to get into a rhythm in this second half, Liverpool, as Thiago just miscontrols the ball for a moment, but gives it now into Jota. He turns quickly and gives it back to Thiago. Centre circle is Henderson. Now with Alexander-Arnold, first time around the corner into Oxlade-Chamberlain, poor control but runs onto it, gets a little bit of a shove, questions for a penalty, complaints from the Liverpool players. Mike Dean says corner.
Yeah, I don't think there was enough there for the penalty, but it was definitely contact. It was upper body contact, not lower sort of, you know, it didn't take his legs from underneath him. He was just trying to use his arms to be fair, he actually given him a good shove though. Yeah, seen him given. He's given him a shove. The referee is now saying, okay, check over. He's going to take the corner.
Yep, straight to the corner. Not clear and obvious, that one against Mike Dean. It was a little bit of a nudge, but if Oxlade-Chamberlain had been stronger, he would have fended it off and gone through on goal as Alexander-Arnold whips out the corner. It's a header from Lascelles now as jumping for that one. St. Maximin Thiago's underneath it as well. His header goes to Alexander-Arnold. Bit of a miscontrol as he then bashes the ball backwards and slices it out towards Eddie Howe. And that one goes out for a Newcastle throw. Klopp on the sidelines urging his team to get back into position. It was a poor pass backwards there from Trent Alexander-Arnold, and has brought Newcastle up the pitch for this throw-in on the left-hand side. Ritchie into Joe Linton, holds off a couple of Liverpool players. Good hold at work and good ball into St. Maximin. Ritchie then down the line, layoff from Fraser. Ritchie once again tries to find his Scotland teammate, but not quite going through there. As eventually the ball is played back in towards Andy Robertson, who will head it back in towards Alisson. Another piece of work by Newcastle that looked a little bit promising. They were just a bit too scrambled in the way they played it forward. They were pressed, weren't they?
Final ball just wasn't there, was it? I think it was Fraser's pass that was picked off by Alexander-Arnold, and then he tried to put some pressure on the clearance, but Liverpool just a little bit better at playing at that high tempo, high pace to the football.
And John Shelby there with an attempted ball forward in towards Alex St. Maximin. That one slightly overhit and dragged to his left-hand side and goes out for a throw-in. He just nicked the ball off his former teammate Jordan Henderson on the edge of the Newcastle box. With almost 5 minutes gone in this second half, it's definitely a slower tempo than the first, but it's still Liverpool who are on the ball and controlling the possession, as Jota just plays the ball now into the box, but it's cleared by Newcastle, and St Maximin will pick that one up and drive forward down the left-hand side. Cuts inside on his right foot, looking for options, but there's no real support. Eventually it's to his left, but he miscontrols it, and Konate cuts in there and gives the ball into Trent Alexander-Arnold. But once again, it's another piece of work by Newcastle where they've got space on the counter in the middle.
Yeah, and they're getting the ball now in these sort of situations in midfield, which they weren't in the first half as well. Liverpool maybe just not quite at it as they were in the first half in the second half yet, although there was a bit of a knock there on Konate, who's gone down holding his knee now. He was just tidying up with the back pass to Alisson, and he's fallen a bit awkwardly there after a bit of a shove from Hayden, I think.
Yeah, I think he's gone forward and Hayden's fallen on top of him. Let's just see a replay now. A little bit of a tangle of legs as Hayden falls, and his knee is twisted there. Which knee was it? As his left foot goes down, his right foot comes up, and we can't see from that angle exactly what happens. He's got to his feet now as his shorts are pulled up on his right knee, which would suggest it's that one. He's a big fellow, isn't he?
Konate. Oh, yeah, he's massive. I think he's done a good job of replacing Van Dijk tonight. You know, he's a strong one-on-one defender. He's got a good range of passing. He's not wasted a pass tonight. I don't think he's defended very well. It's been a solid display from him.
Yeah, he's just been eased into this Liverpool team, hasn't he? Although I say that, he was thrown into the big one at Manchester United, wasn't he? He didn't do too badly in that one. It's a very hard player in Virgil van Dijk to try and replace in this Liverpool team. When you get your chances, you've got to take them. As Salah plays the ball back out into Joel Matip, who's now played more minutes this season than he's ever played in a Liverpool first half of a season, which is not too much of a surprise given the regularity of the injuries he usually picks up, but he's stayed away from them this season. Yes,
he has. I saw Konate play for RB Leipzig against Manchester United probably about 6 months to a year before he joined Liverpool, and alongside Upamecano, and you're thinking, well, Upamecano's the one that he said is the better player, but Konate looked far better to me over both those games against Man United than Upamecano, and he's cost half as much.
Yep, he did, as Upamecano went to Bayern Munich, of course.
About 60 million, I think he cost.
Yep, something along those lines. Leipzig do know how to make profit on players, don't they? RB Leipzig.
Oh, yeah.
As Alexander-Arnold picks up the ball in a central midfield position, plays it short to Thiago, and it goes back to Konate. You can probably tell by the narrative of our conversation that Liverpool are just holding possession and no real tempo in this one, and no real urgency to fire the ball forwards. As Henderson goes square into Thiago, looking forward but not playing it as of yet, just goes short to Alexander-Arnold. Now with Henderson, Robertson running in behind, the ball didn't come, just plays it short into Jota, does Henderson. Now back to the skipper once again, looking for a ball in behind on the right hand side. Tries to find Salah, takes that one down so calmly over his own head on his left boot, cuts inside. Back heels it now into Trent Alexander-Arnold. Good tackle from Ryan Fraser, and he's pulled back. And that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. Good defending there from Newcastle.
Yeah, it's a good foul from Alexander-Arnold as well, though, because the counter-attack was on there for Newcastle, and it's stopped in its tracks by a cynical grab back. All right, it's so far up the pitch, he's never going to get a yellow card for that, but he stopped a counter-attack. Who knows what would have come of it. Sort of the normal fouls, the sort of fouls that coaches love, because you're never going to get any serious punishment from that, but it can be really destructive to a counter-attack. Yeah,
and I think Mike Dean's having a word with Joel Linton, but I think that his skipper alongside him there, Jamal Lascelles, was trying to say something about Trent Alexander-Arnold. Maybe you've not given me a yellow card because it is so far out the field. I don't quite know what Mike Dean was having a word with Joel Linton about there, but he is in the book, of course. He did pick up a yellow card.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. I mean, I think he'd be one of the ones that maybe would go off for the final 20 minutes as Newcastle go for the push here, but he's got to stay on the pitch until we get there. You know, there's another 15, 16 minutes to go before Eddie Howe will make that attacking change, I think.
Absolutely. It's just seeing that there's been a goal at Stamford Bridge, and it's for the home team, but Alisson just takes too long on the ball, gives it away now to Shelvey, who can't quite hold on to it and play a pass. Henderson nicks in there, and now Liverpool on the counter-attack. Ball at the feet of Oxlade-Chamberlain, driving forward with it, gets a clip from behind, and that one's Ryan Fraser, and surely that's going to be a yellow card for stopping the counter.
Yeah, he was 30 yards out, probably within shooting range, and that is definitely a yellow card. Oxlade-Chamberlain does really well, sprints over the halfway line. He's looking to give it looking to give it off really to a teammate running off him, and Fraser's just clipped him from behind. Obvious yellow card there for the Scots.
So one of Liverpool's title rivals, Chelsea, have gone ahead against Everton. Mason Mount with that goal assisted by Reece James, and his England competitor for that right back position, Trent Alexander-Arnold, just one of the many brilliant competitors we've got in England's ranks for that right full back position. Over the free kick here for Liverpool alongside Andy Robertson. We'll just see if there's going to be any movement, and Mike Dean looks at that back line now as Trent Alexander-Arnold to the far post. Mane across goal, great save from Dubravka, holds onto it with two hands.
Yeah, fantastic from the Newcastle keeper there. Good free kick from Newcastle as well, from Liverpool as well. Played to the back post. Mane is a good header of the ball. He's hanging in the air as he heads that one back across goal. Jota was lurking, but Dubravka, great handling to keep that one out.
Yeah, he's leaning back, Mane, so he can't quite get the power to get it past the goalkeeper, but he does shift his body well there, the Newcastle man. As down the right wing, Newcastle come now with Murphy, lays it off to St Maximin, looking for options, drives inside against Thiago, cuts it inside now to Murphy on his left foot, strikes towards goal. Alisson just had himself worried for a moment.
Yeah, he's got a good shot on him, Murphy, and he's just had a bit of a swing at it from outside the penalty area, maybe using Liverpool defenders or Henderson as a screen there again to try and catch Alisson unsighted. He tries to whip it to the back post, doesn't quite come back in to trouble the keeper though.
Not quite the desired curl as Matip goes to the left hand side into Robertson, in towards Jota now, goes down the line towards Mane to chase, but good sliding challenge there from Hayden. He's able to steer the ball to his central midfield teammate in John Joe Shelvey. Newcastle playing out from the back, trying to play the ball into the feet of St Maximin, intercepted by Konate. Jota tries to lay one off. Is that a foul? Yes, it is. Share adjudged to have caught Jota as Jota laid it off.
Yeah, you wonder why centre-backs make those type of challenges, really. He's through the back of the striker. He gets there fraction late, but he's coming from so far back. He's not close enough to Jota when the pass is played to be able to close that gap up and make a clean challenge, and it's just causing issues for well, they're going to face another free kick similar to the last one again, so I guess watch out for Mane peeling off around the back post again.
Yeah, potentially. It's one of those challenges, isn't it, that as soon as the striker with his back to goal feels any contact, he's going to go down if he touched the ball himself. And we will see here Trent Alexander-Arnold in conversation with Andy Robertson. Mane is once again at the far post, so we'll see him. It doesn't look as though he's being marked at the moment. Joe Linton's marking two of them as Robertson flicks it in towards that area. Mane just underneath it, but there was the clear idea again, but they just couldn't quite find the Senegalese attacker this time. Yeah,
it's obviously something they're working on at the moment. You know, it's a free kick which they've had success with, and they're just going to try and, like I say, just prey on it until it doesn't keep working really. And Joe Linton's got the defensive header in there at the far post to just see the ball out for a corner.
Bleached blonde hair just gets a little bit of a flick on that one from Joe Linton. Corner. Camera focus. Official off-tube studio commentary is focused on Mane for the moment, moving in the middle as his Alexander-Arnold's cross comes in. Salah with a volley on the edge of the box, slices that one, and it just drifts out of play. Not what you come to expect from Salah, but it was a very difficult technique.
Yeah, he can't pull those off every day of the week. But corner came in, Joe Linton headed it away, and he's in 10 yards of space on the edge of the penalty area. So that is definitely something to watch out for on future corners. That Newcastle, they all go back into the 6-yard box there for that initial cross, and nobody's waiting on the edge of the box to at least challenge any of the Liverpool players that are hanging back there for the rebound. Goal
kick from Newcastle down the right hand side, doesn't touch anybody, goes out for a Liverpool throw, and it's thrown back to Alisson. And Liverpool's city rivals Everton have levelled at Stamford Bridge.
Yes.
It's huge that in terms of the title race, isn't it?
Well, I mean, credit to Rafa Benitez, because he's not got much to work with at the moment, has he, there, with the amount of injuries and plays out with whatever at the moment, as Newcastle try and get an equaliser of their own at the moment.
Yeah, St Maximin cuts the ball inside, Thiago recovering, then Konate there knocks it back to Alisson, who just hoofs that one long downfield. It's one of the youngsters as well, Jared Branthwaite, who's got that goal for Everton. Limited in resources tonight under Rafa Benitez, but playing their trade at Stamford Bridge as Shelby goes down in the centre circle. But play continues at the feet of the Newcastle players in light blue as Manquillo out to the far side of the field now receives it off Shelvey, and a poor piece of control by Jacob Murphy. Took his eyes off it for a second, and the ball dribbles through his legs.
Yeah,
and
embarrassing.
goes for a throw. It's out to the right hand side now. Oxlade-Chamberlain knocks it to Trent Alexander-Arnold. His header is slightly touched by Ritchie, and Lascelles can only put that one out to play for a Liverpool throw. Alexander-Arnold tries to take that one quickly, does so into Henderson. Henderson now into Thiago, looking for options to the left hand side. Robertson's one, there's no real option down the line for the moment. Skips inside to his right. Henderson opens up his body, fires it into Alexander-Arnold. Runners in behind now. Salah tries to maybe flick one in behind, but Trent Alexander-Arnold does. But Oxlade-Chamberlain is in an offside position, and he knows it. So that one just goes dribbling through into Dubravka for now. But it's been a much slower, composed second half. And I think that is reflective of the scoreline, really. Liverpool ahead, so they're not going to go all guns blazing.
No, you know, I think this is probably a little bit of a byproduct of the fixtures. You know, the matches that come in thick and fast now throughout December and January, we'd expect that Liverpool just can't maintain the intensity that we usually see from them throughout the 90 minutes. At the weekend against Aston Villa, it dropped off after about 70-75 minutes. I think probably what they've done is they've just taken it back themselves. They try and reserve some energy for the last 15-20 minutes of this game, knowing that probably Newcastle will go for it then.
Yeah, you just wonder whether substitutions for both Liverpool and Newcastle are incoming soon, as Oxlade-Chamberlain down the right hand side. He's got Mane down the line, who's switched wings for the moment, goes inside to Henderson, short now to Alexander-Arnold, back to Henderson again, into Thiago. Short of numbers on the left now, Liverpool, as Mane switched wings, as Oxlade-Chamberlain back to Alexander-Arnold with Thiago once again. Just going in that semicircle format, about 10 yards out from the edge of the box, just one flank to the other. Robertson in behind to Mane, play on for the moment, questions of offside, tries to cut the ball back. That was a good touch from Cher, and goes out for another corner for Liverpool, but I think the offside flag may have gone up in the end.
Yeah, just a fraction offside there. It's a good run. He's darted in between two defenders. Oh, if anything, he's a shoulder, if that, offside. So it was a really good move. Just couldn't quite hold his position there until the pass was made.
Yeah, Lascelles saw him making the move and thought, instead of trying to stay with him, we're going to try and play the offside trap.
Yeah,
and
it's risky.
It was risky, but it worked all of 6 inches or so. If that, as Liverpool just waiting for Newcastle to play from this free kick, as Dubravka goes down the right hand side, header from Canate. Second ball is won eventually by Henderson and smashed forward over the Newcastle defence. Mane chasing for this one against Cher. It's the defender's header, knocks it to Manquillo, foot in from Mane. Play on for the referee's sake, but no foul given in there as Murphy picks up the ball, gives it up to St. Maximin. Good trickery, keeps the ball off the Liverpool defence, and now plays a good ball in behind. Murphy has a chance to square it in towards Fraser. Trent Alexander-Arnold, surely that is either a great tackle or a penalty.
Fantastic tackle from Alexander-Arnold. He's tackling, sort of snaking his right leg around the body of Fraser, and he gets it absolutely spot on.
I'd love to see a replay of that one, just to see how close it was to missing the ball, because if he does, it's certainly a penalty, isn't it? But the replays will wait for now as Liverpool come forward down the left. Mane driving forward, gives it into Robertson, looking for a cross maybe. Stands it up towards the far post. Joe Linton's underneath that one. Down to Henderson. Tries to strike at goal. Volley is blocked by Shelvey. Looking at Mike Dean to see if he gets a word in his ear at any point. Matip now into Henderson. Tries to flick one over the top, but that one is blocked away. And Alexander-Arnold, that man with the tackle, just tries to play a ball over the top, and it goes through to the goalkeeper. And now the Newcastle players all look at Mike Dean, wondering what exactly happened, and so do our camera pictures now, looking at Mike Dean. Here's the replay we need to see. Trent Alexander-Arnold on the wrong side of Fraser, gets a tiny nick on the ball. I tell you what, it's close. Yeah,
and Fraser wouldn't really know that, because he has taken a little bit of the underside of Fraser's boot, but he's got the ball first. It's a great decision, actually. You know, Mike Dean gets critics, but to make that decision at full speed and get it right, you know, it takes some doing. Could easily have given the penalty and could have been reversed by VAR, or maybe it wouldn't have been, because maybe if he'd given it, the VAR would have said, well, I don't really want to, you know, re-referee that decision. So whatever Mike Dean does in that situation is what happens, you know, I would say. Yeah. It's either a penalty or not, and I think he's got it right.
And he was very decisive, wasn't he? He instantly made a gesture to show that he got the ball. As Alan St. Maximin is down now, just see another replay. It's a great chance for Newcastle, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and what would worry me from a Liverpool point of view is how that chance was created, because St. Maximin gets it back to goal on the halfway line, and usually in the first half he'd have 3 red shirts around him, you know, 1 behind him to stop him turning, and two from either side to nick the ball away, and on this occasion he's able to control it, slide in the ball behind. So that is something where Liverpool's intensity is dropping off noticeably there, and it's having an effect, and Newcastle are creating, you know, counter-attack chances.
Absolutely. Eddie Howe frustrated with that decision from referee Mike Dean to say that Alexander Arnold got the ball, as St Maximin's now back to his feet but with a hobble, so you would fancy that he's probably going to come off the field now. As you see maybe where it came from. He was in that tussle before with Konate as he played the ball down the line into Murphy. Got a little bit of a knock as he played the ball down the line, and it looks like it's probably a bone-to-bone knock, doesn't it? The way he's walking, it's just a bit sore, isn't it?
I think he'd probably run that one off in a couple of minutes, to be honest. Wilson is now getting his instructions from Eddie Howe, so he is definitely coming on soon. Just going for a bit of a run. The question is, will he be on with St Maximin or instead of St Maximin?
Of course, that injury earlier in the game to Lewis is a bit of a knock for Eddie Howe, because it means he doesn't have as much pliability with his substitutions. He doesn't have 3 to play with. He's only got 2, so he can't risk it too much, can he?
That's true. It might have an effect on when he makes the change to bring on. I would assume Wilson and Willock would be the 2 off the bench to change the game.
It's a ball forward by Newcastle, just cut out by Matip, taken down by Henderson, and whilst we ponder, and so do the manager's decision, Salah comes down the right and a good chance to pass over to side for the rest of the half. Yeah,
Salah passes it inside to Oxlade-Chamberlain, bursts into the box, tries to stand the ball up to the back post. In fact, I think it was more of a shot that from Oxlade-Chamberlain, never quite got it under, and it balloons over into the cop end. Just seen a replay of the earlier ball in that build-up, and Salah was onside. He was up against Ritchie, and he just basically bodied him out of the way initially, and then plays it to Oxlade-Chamberlain, who fires over the bar. I think Liverpool are just as much in need of substitutions as Newcastle. Something maybe not so in terms of the scoreboard, but you can just see the intensity's dropping off. There's a couple of players out there who maybe not quite as they should, as you would usually associate with them. You know, they're very high standards, and maybe, you know, just get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, I think midfield energy is probably the one that you're looking at.
What has St Maximin done here? He's given the ball away to Jota, who tries to play into the box. He was fouled, luckily for him, by Sadio Mane, but he was running the wrong way into his own half, dribbling down the touchline. It was a crazy thing to do, and he gave the ball away, and he almost gave a goal away.
Yeah, as he played it back, he was slightly nudged by Mane, wasn't he? Henderson was protesting to the referee. Mike Dean took a chance, but some nice trickery at least with the keepy uppies.
That's what you get from him. That's why a succession of managers have struggled to really rein him in, St Maximin, because he has those moments where he's playing for himself, not for the team there, really. Ball over the top, looking for Fraser, who's managed to hold it up and tries a cross. Not a great ball into the fans behind. They go into the Newcastle fans, that one went, actually. Yeah,
gets right underneath that one as Callum Wilson looks like he's getting ready and prepared to come on. Just thinking about those Liverpool substitutions, there's both Naby Keita and James Milner have just come back from injury. They could be midfield replacements. You've got Firmino just back from injury as well, and Minamino in forward positions, or maybe even Tsimikas in a left full-back could help.
Oxlade-Chamberlain's run out of gas there as he tries to take on Joe Linton, who got back goal side and shepherded the ball behind for a goal kick. I mean, Oxlade-Chamberlain's a player that could play in the front three, as we saw him against Aston Villa at the weekend, so he could take off a midfielder, so he could take off a forward and bring on a midfielder and then push Oxlade-Chamberlain up front. However, it looks like Firmino is going to be the one to come on, as he's getting some last-minute instructions from the assistant manager there.
And Naby Keita looks like as well, so maybe a case of bringing on Firmino to try and hold the ball up. He's usually pretty neat and tidy with the ball, and just to try and get rid of any Newcastle pressure by just keeping the hold of the ball and just forcing Newcastle back again.
So Newcastle knock it forward. Cher looking for St Maximin, but Matip heads it back in field. They pick up the seconds here though through Fraser, who's then brought down by Henderson from behind. Good position for a free kick this, 25 yards out, slightly left of centre, and it's a yellow card for Henderson as well. But I mean, it's a subtle nudge. He's come from the side there, but he's not in a good position to make that tackle, and he does take Fraser down, so it's the right decision.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's just clever. If whoever's on the ball, if you're dribbling and you've got in front of you, man, you're going to cut in front of him. It's just one of those, and Henderson has to be given a yellow card because it was similar to the way Fraser was given a yellow card earlier on. Yeah,
he wasn't protesting the foul there, was he, Henderson? He was protesting whether it was yellow card worthy, but he has gone in the book. Now there's a 5-man wall, is it? There's a 4-man wall, and there's Thiago just to the side of it. Alisson still trying to organise the barrier here. They don't have a man lying down behind the wall, as a lot of teams have kind of dispensed with that now, haven't they? You'll still see the odd team have a man lying down behind the wall in case it's kept low. Newcastle got 2 men over the ball themselves. Shelvey steps up, hits it right-footed over the wall, and it's just wide of the far post.
It's a great effort from Shelvey. Both Shelvey and Cher are very capable. Alisson's not happy with his wall there. I don't think they were listening to the setup properly as Shelvey whipped it towards goal. It's not far away at all. He's got the height perfect. It's just a little bit too wide.
What Liverpool did there was that Thiago was the 5th man who wasn't quite attached to the wall, and as it was being taken, he then slid behind as the sort of the draft excluder, so to speak. But he got into position so late, I'm not sure he would have been able to stop a low shot anyway. Anyway, he's back on the ball now, the Spaniard. Played it out towards the right-hand side here for Alexander-Arnold. Now further wide to Salah. Back to Alexander-Arnold. Cross goes in, good whip ball into the far post, and just beyond Jota as it's flicked away by Newcastle out for a Liverpool throw. Was he giving it? I thought it was Jota's flick, wasn't he? He's giving this one Newcastle's way.
Yeah, it was one of those that he was looking for Jota. They were, I mean, the marking was it was touch tight, wasn't it? It was very good. It was right on Jota. It didn't allow him any space to try and win the header. So good defending, and throw goes against Liverpool as.
Yeah, so Firmino's coming on, first change.
I'm just wondering what the 4th official was chatting to the Liverpool bench about there, about bringing Naby Keita on or not.
Yeah, maybe it's sort of timing of when the changes are made. Liverpool perhaps don't want to make them both at the same time. Want to just have a little look here for a minute or two with the one change on. Liverpool trying to link up edge of the box. Salah finds Oxlade-Chamberlain, cleared by Newcastle, and Salah's challenged on the edge of the box, comes back towards Oxlade-Chamberlain, right-hand side, lifting across into the near post, gobbled up by Dubravka, and he's trying to distribute quickly here, but he doesn't see an option to get the visiting side on the front foot.
And I thought Salah might have got a touch at that front post then as Oxlade-Chamberlain hooked the ball back. It was awkwardly spinning, so his technique was unusual from Oxlade-Chamberlain, but the goalkeeper did well.
Shelvey plays it out to the left-hand side. Manquillo looking for a 1-2, doesn't get it though because Robertson's pinched it back. Henderson now finding Thiago. Wide it goes further towards Mane. This is all on the left-hand side of the pitch as Liverpool work it back into midfield, into the central area. Matip now steps out of defence, joins the midfield, tries to play it towards Salah, wriggling away on the edge of the penalty area, away from Rich. He goes to the left foot curling shot and he doesn't quite get it right, further wide of the far post.
Yeah, I think it might have been a slight deflection maybe. It was one of those moments. It's in that position where he scored against Manchester City and Watford and he wriggles one way then the other. You just see it now. It did loop like it was a deflection. I'm not 100% sure though.
That's going to be given us a goal kick, that I think. But as a defender in that situation, you know, what do you do? It looks like Salah might be coming off here. The crowd all rise to applaud, and I think there's a faint little shake of the head there from Mohamed Salah as he's seen his number up on the sideline.
Yeah, he's hungry for goals, isn't he? Of course, he's being rested here. So says Jurgen Klopp. They've got Tottenham, on Sunday, so maybe an eye on that one.
Yeah, so Salah's off. There's a bit of a high five with Klopp as he heads to the bench, but he's clearly not happy about it, but that's probably a good reaction really. And so Oxlade-Chamberlain is the other one to come off for Naby Keita. So the two substitutions are Keita on for Oxlade-Chamberlain and Firmino on for Salah. 20 to go, about 18 to go plus stoppages, and Liverpool have that corner as they still have it. Now the ball is knocked out for another corner by St Maximin. Little short corner routine there, worked on the far side. St Maximin is indicating that he wants to go off now. He's saying that he's just gone with the old take me off signal to the bench. So maybe Wilson will replace him now. Here comes the corner, whipped in left-footed by Robertson. It's knocked towards goal. I think it was the substitute Firmino who got the touch, but he couldn't keep it down. It's gone wide.
I thought Matip was getting close to it initially, but it goes just past him, and Firmino, yeah, with a little bit of a volley just wide of the left-hand post. But I think that's why Liverpool played the short corner, was that they saw that St Maximin was injured, and that's why they tried to get past him, but he did his duty and put the ball out for another.
Well, he's still on the pitch. Newcastle are about to make that change with Callum Wilson coming on. Jason Tindall, who of course succeeded Eddie Howe as Bournemouth manager and has followed him to Tyneside in this new role, is just getting some instructions to Wilson as the substitution is still yet to be made. So Newcastle playing effectively with 10 men. I know St Maximin is still out there, but he can't run. So this is poor organisation really from the Magpies. They aren't able to get that change made at the right time. The ball passed back to Allison, who's almost caught in possession there by Fraser's press. Just get it away to Matip, who steps out of defence, slots in a lovely ball into Mane's feet in midfield. He works it out wide right now to Alexander-Arnold, who keeps it in by the byline. Now plays an early ball looking for Mane. Again, it's knocked away by Fraser, who got back. Liverpool have it once more. Keita in the gloves, into the feet of Jota. A little back flick, doesn't quite come off as Richie steps in. Now Joe Linton gets himself into trouble, makes a challenge that works his way out to Shelvey. Hayden, square to Manquillo. There's the press from Robertson. He evades that, knocks it up towards Sir Maximin, who's given a nudge and stays down. The referee just shakes his head, feeling there was no foul there, and Robertson attacks the edge of the box now with Firmino. He plays it back into Henderson, 30 yards out. Newcastle all grouped around the edge of the box in a sort of 5 and a 3 there. Might be a 6 and a 3 actually, as it comes back to Henderson. And now Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool don't want to put the ball out of play here because they know Newcastle effectively down to 10 men for the time being, with St Maximin looking hobbled, and he's sulking a little bit as well, I think. The Frenchman, Henderson, plays it into the feet of Firmino, comes back to Thiago. Liverpool still patiently trying to probe. Jota now on the half turn, out to Alexander-Arnold, back to Henderson. The referee's doing more work than the Newcastle players at the moment, so trying to keep up with the play. As Manquillo tries to force Mane further out from the penalty box. Mane now shifts the ball, knocks it in towards Jota, cushion headed down. Lascelles should get there first and knocks it away. Should have put that out really, but it doesn't. Liverpool keep it in and have it again with Henderson.
Yeah, I think the knockdown was for Firmino, and he was in an offside position, but as he got back, Shea just knocked the ball away, expecting for a
referee says no, and it's Alexander-Arnold crossing in there, headed away by Lascelles. Joe Linton again doing sterling defensive work, knocks it clear, and now Shelvey puts it away, and now surely Newcastle put it out, but no, St Maximin's okay, and he's flicking it on towards Fraser before Konate wins it back. And Wilson has been waiting on the side of the pitch now for 5 minutes to come on as Liverpool work it back to the left hand side for Robertson. Well, clearly St Maximin's okay when the ball's near him, but when it's not near him, he's offering nothing.
Yeah, it's his right knee, I think he's pulling up on.
Liverpool still have it. Time ticking away. They lead 2-1. In the other game, has it finished 1-1?
Not quite yet.
Not quite. Chelsea did lead briefly, but Everton have equalised and put a spanner in the works of the Blues title challenge. The Reds trying to keep up with Manchester City, put a ball into the box and it's headed behind for a corner by Manquillo, and now Newcastle can make this change, but will they want to, defending a corner?
Well, I think he's got to. I don't think he's got any chance the way that St Maximin's walking, and it was just all hands to the deck defensively, apart from St Maximin, wasn't it? It was.
He stiffened up, hasn't he? What happened was he got the injury about 5 minutes ago with that chance he created, and it's just stiffened up after that, and he literally couldn't move. So Wilson is on for the final 12 minutes plus stoppages. I think did he have a goal disallowed in this game last season, a 1-1 draw? He thought he'd scored the equaliser in stoppage time, and then Willock did score the equaliser in stoppage time. Former Bournemouth player, of course, who worked under Eddie Howe for a number of seasons. So Liverpool have this corner.
You'd back him to get one chance as well in this in the last 10 minutes.
It's going to be whipped in by Alexander-Arnold from the left-hand side into the near post. Joe Linton with a good header, puts it back towards a corner taker who brings it down with an immaculate first touch, knocks it back to Thiago. He goes back to Keita, edge of the penalty, going for a strike from way out, and it was way off target from the midfielder.
Yeah, not his finest. He's scored a couple of long ranges this season for Liverpool, against one against Atletico Madrid. The other one maybe the left footer against Norwich, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but that one was quite poor.
Yep. So Eddie Howe is trying to get some tactical information. I think he might be doing a quiz in one of the referee's decisions there, as the cameras pick him up and now move on to the director's box, where Amanda Staveley is sat alongside her husband watching on proceedings. So Newcastle look like they're still going to be in the relegation zone at Christmas, as Alexander-Arnold hits a long ball forward trying to seek out Mane's run from left to centre, but it's all the way through to Dubravka. Surely Newcastle can have a few irons in the fire for big transfer moves in the the January window. But where do they strengthen? There's quite a few positions that need it. Wilson tries to bring the ball down, bustling away. Konate too strong, and Matip helps him out, finding Thiago. Now Mane, little dump-off pass to Firmino. He's lost it there in a challenge with Manquillo, and Shelvey knocks it back to his keeper. There's more weight on this back pass than his first half effort. It's cleared by Dubravka up to the halfway line. Headed infield by Alexander-Arnold. Poor touch there by Cher. Finds Keita 25 yards out, looking to slip it through to Mane. He's got the run on the defender, and he tries to scoop it past Dubravka. It's a great one-handed save from the keeper, and it's still 2-1.
I think it was a good tackle from Manquillo that's then knocked off Mane and gone towards the goalkeeper. Great reactions from Dubravka between the sticks, because that was almost Mane through.
All over at Stamford Bridge, 1-1. Points dropped by Chelsea. Liverpool on the edge of the box, trying to kill this game off now with Firmino cutting the ball back. Oh, and Keita was waiting. It might drop to Jota, who scoops it towards goal, and it's cleared by the Newcastle defence. I'm not sure if that was keeper or defender on the line. They're living dangerously, but are still in this one at 2-1 down. Here's Joe Linton now in attacking role. Can't get past Konate, who knocks it back to Alisson, and he'll be closed down, but he coolly passes it off. What a chance that was for Liverpool to kill it.
It's Jota with a toe prod. I think they've had enough chances in this game to kill it, and they've just not been able to hit the back of the net again. The longer it goes on, I'm sure there's nerves within the crowd at Anfield, because especially with Callum Wilson on the way that Newcastle have counter-attacked today, they've got a chance.
Liverpool go back to their own half just to try and build some rhythm again. Konate knocks it back to his keeper, and Alisson in the D on the edge of his box hits it clear. Joelinton's gone centre forward position now. The ball's gone all the way through, and Mane was almost through, but Manquillo covering there as Lascelles got into a tangle and didn't make the clearing header. Knocked away by Dubravka, but kept in on the right by Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool come again with Keita. Those fresh legs that Jurgen Klopp brought on about 10 minutes ago seem to be working well for Liverpool at the moment. On the edge of the box, looking for a 1-2, stepped in there, Lascelles. Shelvey knocks it back, they're tight, and they give it away. Fraser now to Henderson. Here's Alexander-Arnold, right-hand side, knocks it back to Henderson. He hits a cross in towards the far post, over Firmino's head, and Murphy can surely hit this one long and get it clear. He takes a touch, and he gets lucky there as it goes off Firmino for a goal kick.
Yeah, there were about 4 or 5 Liverpool players that had fired themselves into the box. We'll see that previous chance, the toe prod from Jota, knocks it forward through the legs of one player. I think it's Hayden's left boot, but I think the goalkeeper might have got it anyway. See the replay.
Yeah, it was Hayden in front of his goalkeeper, and Jota was denied on that occasion. So, goal kick taken by the goalkeeper. Hit up toward Joe Linton, who rises early, but it's Henderson who gets the initial header. And now Murphy's all over Thiago there, trying to force a throw in, and wins it. Murphy wants to take it quickly. Hayden's gone long, Joe Linton's short. Joe Linton's pass was terrible, and it goes out for a Liverpool throw now.
Yeah, not the greatest ball from Joe Linton there, but it's not going to be dominance on the ball from Newcastle. They're just looking for that space in midfield to quickly break in behind the Liverpool defence. I'm sure that Callum Wilson is going to be screaming at his midfielder, just give it me, give it me, give it me, and he's going to be in and around those centre halves that need to be strong, Konate and Matip, in these final 5 or so minutes.
Is Firmino, who tries to hold it up on the touchline, and a challenge comes in from Hayden for a Liverpool throw. Lobbed down the line towards Mane. He was in a wrestling match. The referee says play on as it's fired up towards Wilson. He's done really well to get something on that one, but Konate with a good tidying back header finds Alisson, who can pick it up in his 6-yard box. Rolls it out instantly to Robertson. Scott looks up, looks to deliver an early ball, has to go short to Thiago. That's a nice pass to Keita just beyond the midfield, finding Firmino dropped off. Now work wide to Robertson, who's at full cry here, moving into position to cross, plays it towards Keita, edge of the box. Clearance from Lascelles, and now Ritchie. Newcastle get into a muddle though, won back by Liverpool through Alexander-Arnold. Now Keita to Jota, setting up Mane for a strike, and he's miskicked it. He's completely missed the ball. But again, Newcastle make a mess of clearing the ball. Yeah,
they do. They give it away to Liverpool once again, who are purring on the edge of the box now with those substitutions. But yeah, Mane, ball drifting from his right hand side to his left, went with his left boot and just completely airballed it.
Yeah, went with his swing, didn't he? And as Liverpool almost feed it through to Jota, it comes back to Keita, who goes with a strike, and that's brilliantly saved. Just backpedaling, Dubravka got there and caught it.
Yeah, he spotted him off the line, hasn't he? He's tried to come out quickly to try and prevent the man on the right-hand side getting the ball, but as he's done so, it's bounced back to Keita, who's shot instinctively.
Yeah, you mentioned his long-range efforts this season. That was almost another, but keeper was alive to it. 5 minutes plus stoppages to go. Liverpool looking for this third goal that would surely earn all 3 points. They're trying to walk it in now, and Newcastle are doing well to crowd them out on the edge of the box and get it away to Shelvey. He tries to ping it up towards one of his front players. He's got 2 to aim for now. Great control from Wilson by the touchline. Gets away from Matip, but Matip is all over his back, and he's pushed him over and won a free kick there. Well, Newcastle won a free kick, and there's jostling now between Wilson and Matip, and now Jota, who gets involved for no reason.
Yeah, I think Wilson knows how good his touch was on the end of his toe. Matip just niggling and forced him over in the end, which has frustrated him.
Somebody's had a shot from a long way out, which we didn't see because we're still watching the replay, and it was just catching practice there for Alisson, who rolls it out again. Newcastle are going to be a bit cuter than that, haven't they? It's not a really percentage sort of thing to do there with the ball in midfield. Challenge comes in from Hayden. It's a foul on Firmino, and could be another yellow card coming out here from Mike Dean. Number 14, he says. Yeah, that's Hayden.
Firmino just trying to get on the ball as much as he can, isn't he now? After coming on, he just ran past Hayden, who slid in to try and win the ball and just caught him. Just see another replay of that Keita effort, trying to lob Dubravka. Didn't quite get the air time on it that he needed to hit the back of the net, but the goalkeeper was alive to it in the end. And he's trying to sort out a wall or a defensive line here for this free kick as another change for Newcastle.
Substitute of the game, and confirm that in a moment as the free kick's been taken by Liverpool. Alexander-Arnold's lined up a shot from range. It's a storming effort from Trent Alexander-Arnold. A short free kick played to him. He's moved over from the right to the left, and he's just slammed that one in at full pelt for probably the confirming goal, the clinching goal. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, Liverpool have been searching for that third goal for quite a while in this game, but what a strike that is from Trent Alexander-Arnold. A rocket into the top left-hand corner. He doesn't often find himself on the left cutting in on that right foot, but on this occasion he did, and he smashed it home. Surely that is home and hosed for Liverpool as we see another replay on it. Right foot straight through the ball. It stays low, then takes off. Nothing Dubravka could do about it.
I don't think there's much most goalkeepers could do about that,
nope.
To be honest. It was an absolute exocet. Right into the postage stamp. He gets a hand to it. He does well to get a hand to it. And that is all over. Liverpool have come from a goal down to win 3-1 in this game. And that is, well, it's a huge one for the title race, because we think Chelsea have slipped. Well, they have slipped up tonight. Liverpool haven't. Well, it was possible, wasn't it? In those early sort of 15 minutes, you're thinking, well, is it going to be a night where Liverpool slip up? But yeah, they've just overpowered them.
Puts Liverpool 3 points ahead of Chelsea as well. Of course, Manchester City are 1 point ahead of them as well. Just creates a gap as Jota crosses in from the right-hand side. It's a flick into the air by Cher, and because he tried to clear, sorry, it's Manquillo. Dubravka is able to catch.
It was Ryan Fraser who went off for Joe Willock just before the Alexander-Arnold hit. That's now confirmed on screen as Dubravka has the ball. So Newcastle are going to stay where they were in the table, and 10 points from 17 games is a pretty poor return.
Yeah, well, nobody has ever escaped relegation from the position that they're in with the current points, but as we mentioned before kick-off, nobody has ever had the funds that they have in January, and they need to spend them wisely.
Ball into the edge of the penalty area for Keita. Keita trying to slalom between defenders and tries another shot, comes back onto his left foot. Challenge from a prone Hayden, gets it away. Liverpool pick it up edge of the box though, and now Henderson finds Thiago. He tries to play an outlandish ball over the top, which Mane wasn't expecting, and it goes behind for a goal kick. But this game's all over now. I think it was the timing of the substitutions that sealed this one. I mean, Liverpool are probably going to win anyway, but Jurgen Klopp made his substitutions at just the right time, and Newcastle left it too late.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. It was, I mean, Willock's come on in the last few minutes. He was coming onto the field thinking, oh, I could get a chance here and level this game, and then about 10 seconds later the ball hits the back of the net. But yeah, it took so long to get Wilson on for St. Maximin. It was at least 5 minutes where Liverpool were just playing the ball around, whereas Jurgen Klopp made his decision quick, didn't he? Yeah,
I mean, it's the difference between an elite manager and a guy who still, that... I mean, I think his team haven't helped him because they had chances to put that ball out of play. Why is Eddie Howe not screaming at his team and saying, get the ball out of play so we can make this change? Because St. Maximin was offering nothing, really, and Wilson was ready to come on. I just don't understand why he wasn't shouting at his team to put the ball out, because they had a couple of chances to, and they could have made that change a few minutes before.
Yeah, and Wilson, as soon as he came on, has started chasing around the Liverpool centre halves when they've had the ball, but St Maximin was doing none of that when he was on the field with that knock that he sustained. So, yeah, it's one of those. I'm sure Eddie Howe will mention it. It's just game management. If we're going to survive in this Premier League relegation battle, we have to be smarter.
Yeah, Dubravka clears as the 90 minutes are now up. We're going to get 4 minutes of stoppage time. Joe Linton trying to flick it on, but Matip stronger in the challenge, heads it away, or gets some help from Alexander-Arnold to head it away. Now Henderson gets some control, knocks it back to the England right back, who looks up, tries to deliver a lovely ball over the top towards Mane, brings it down on the edge of the penalty area, but it's just robbed there by Murphy's tackle, and the Newcastle defender clears. Liverpool coming back again though, with Milner, goes back to Henderson. Now little ball from Mane to Milner, he's caught there by Manquillo's challenge, and it goes off for a Liverpool throw. So Liverpool's next game, as you mentioned, Tottenham.
Tottenham haven't played in a while as well.
Yeah.
Because of their COVID situation. So it could go one way or the other. They could be either really fresh or really leggy.
They're not involved in the Carabao Cup next week, are they? Liverpool, or are they? Because there's Carabao Cup quarter-finals scheduled. For
Liverpool, I believe, are playing Leicester, I think.
That's right. And then it's Boxing Day Leeds.
Yep. So
games coming thick and fast, and Jurgen Klopp will be hoping that he can get the players that are missing tonight back as quickly as possible, and that keep the freshness in his squad. Is Robertson trying to cut the ball back edge of the box, might drop to Mane, whose shot is blocked by Lascelles, comes back as far as Alexander-Arnold, right side of the penalty area, onto his left foot, puts a cross up to the back post. It's knocked away by Murphy, but Henderson will get there first. Again, Liverpool's ability to get there for the second balls is still got a freshness there in midfield, as Milner now holds it, plays it short to Keita, back to Milner again. 2 minutes of stoppage time to go, and Newcastle are just marking time here. They win it back through Joe Linton. Wilson's made a good run, but the pass from Murphy not good enough, picked off by Konate. And Liverpool come again with Keita, Firmino turning inside the Newcastle half, shrugging off Joe Linton's chance, trying to set up Jota, but it's won back by the Magpies defence. Now Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot. Yep. It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it? Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well. Yeah. I feel, for me, it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1.
Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer...
Magpies defence, now Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot. Yep. It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it? Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well. I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence, now Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot. Yep. It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me. Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it? Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit. I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well. I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence, now Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
So it's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well.
Yeah.
I feel, for me, it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence now. Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
So it's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well.
Yeah.
I feel, for me, it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence now. Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
So it's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well.
Yeah.
I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence now. Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well. Yeah. I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. The Magpies defence now. Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this This one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well.
Yeah.
I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. Right, the Magpies defence now. Willock's lost it briefly, wins it back, finds Lascelles, who's going to work it wide to the right. Man of the match, who do you think's been the best on show tonight?
Well, it popped up on screen, didn't it, with Trent Alexander-Arnold picking up a goal today, but when he was on the field, Salah was just electric, wasn't he, on the right-hand side, and almost got himself an assist crossing in towards Mane. Should have scored again, shouldn't he, when they had that chance on his right foot.
Yep.
It's hard to look past Mohamed Salah, if you're asking me.
Yeah, certainly the facet of Liverpool's play in the first half was the right-hand side, wasn't it, between Alexander-Arnold and Salah, which caused Newcastle so many problems. But I think, this goal is going to be etched in everyone's memory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just seen a replay of the Alexander-Arnold hit.
I tell you what, Mike Dean does well to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, he does a better job of blocking it than Newcastle defenders.
Yeah, Shelvey left the gap, is one way of putting it.
So this one's cleared by Dubravka. Just seconds to go at Anfield as the ball's cleared away by Matip now. Headed on by Shelvey. It all looked so different when he put Newcastle ahead, but I think we know from Newcastle this season that they can't keep clean sheets, and defensively they are, well, I was going to say a work in progress. That's being kind. You know, they are a team who need major surgery in the transfer window to have a chance of overturning this season, this hole they put themselves in as a cross goes into the box, collected by Wilson, who can't turn, and Liverpool knock it away.
Yeah, just thinking of Newcastle transfer window, if you look at the players they have on paper in defence, they're not terrible. They've survived numerous Premier League seasons and done quite well.
Yeah.
I feel for me it's that closing down in midfield. They don't have the energy, do they? The likes of Longstaff, Hayden and Shelvey are not quite at that top level.
Mike Dean blows the whistle. It's all over at Anfield. Liverpool get the 3 points that get them closer to Manchester City at the top of the table, and on a night when Chelsea have dropped points home to Everton, it's a good one for Jurgen Klopp's team. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. Right, the Magpies defence now.
Kick it is his side, it's pretty much straight at him, but it makes a save. But it's good alertness though to come out and deny Jorginho, who gets right next to him and makes a save. As a shot comes in from Gomez and it ricochets around, and Chelsea do manage to clear their lines. But yeah, I mean, like I say, Pickford, he's going to need a big display today, Pickford, and so far he's doing quite well in the goal really. But again, the Chelsea pressure just keeps on coming really, and there's only so long Everton can surely withstand it.
Absolutely, you just feel as though there needs to be an option B here for Everton right now, but they're just not able to hold on to the ball. Ducour, they're trying to spin away from trouble, plays that ball straight to Marcus Alonso. He then leaves it for Jorginho, and we can see 6 attempts on goal already from Chelsea, none yet from Everton. Although in terms of the attempts on target from the home side, it's only really been that free kick that I could think of. Everything else has been just wide. Certainly Chelsea showing some intent early on, as here is Rudiger. Square now to Thiago Silva. Silva now over over to Azpilicueta, gets forward, finds Pulisic at the edge of the area. He's brought down, it's a free kick given. Now, I'm not so sure, though the Everton players aren't happy, I'm not so sure they can say it wasn't a foul.
Yeah, I think that one was a little bit more soft. We'll have to look at the replay here. Pulisic turns away. Now, I think Decore has certainly fouled him actually there. And again, it's Chelsea. Everton don't need to give free kicks away there, though. It's a dangerous position for Chelsea. They have Alonso who can strike it. They have James who can hit them. So, yeah, you don't want to be giving away free kicks in these sort of areas against this Chelsea teams. We saw from James' effort a moment ago that he does have a good strike on him, and already 100 passes from Chelsea in the opening 17.5 minutes. And the dominance over Everton, that just shows really how much they've had the ball really.
Yes,
so far.
Absolutely. They really are. It's been a confident start from Chelsea. It's all well and good being a strong favourite at home, but you actually have to keep the pace up, keep the rhythm up, and Chelsea are doing that for the time being. This is slightly more central, maybe even just edging over to the right. So it could be Marcos Alonso who fancies a go. He does. He strikes it straight at the wall. The ball then drops to James, who strikes it from the edge of the area. I'll tell you what, really put his foot through that one, Reece James, and it's just rising over the bar.
That's a really good effort, considering he pretty much did that from a standing position, James. A really good strike, but always going a little bit over. But yeah, Pickford still had to be quite alert there, though, really, and make sure that wasn't dipping under the crossbar. But again, Chelsea with another effort at goal, and yeah, I mean, how long can Everton survive, as I keep asking?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit hot in front of that goal now for Jordan Pickford. He's certainly been able to cope with everything so far. But you just imagine that if this carries on for much longer, sooner or later there's going to be a bit of a scramble in the box where there's just too many Chelsea bodies. But for the time being, it is still goalless. 18.5 minutes gone. Independent off-tube studio commentary. The game between Liverpool and Newcastle is underway now as well. Available on our service. 4 minutes gone there. It is goalless. Here is James now down the right-hand side. He hooks the ball into the penalty area. Pulisic tries to head it down, but it's volleyed away back towards the halfway line. There's a Chelsea man down just inside the Chelsea half. It's Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Certainly not been short of injury problems over the last couple of years. He's just started to enjoy a bit of a run in the team as well. Yeah,
he's the last thing you need ready for Loftus-Cheek. Obviously a player who's desperate to prove his worth. The Chelsea have been out on loan a couple of times for the likes of Fulham and Crystal Palace. He wants to prove his worth, and the last thing you want is an injury setback which puts him out of action for a while. So look at the replay here. I think it might have just been an awkward landing for him in the end. Oh, yeah, it's an awkward landing. He comes down on that ankle, and that's them awkward ones. I mean, I remember Kurt Zouma a few years ago for Chelsea having a really bad landing coming down from a height, and that, of course, cost him nearly a year of his career.
It did, although we wouldn't say they're an identical build, they're a similar build. They're both quite tall, stocky players. And of course, they're very athletic, very fit, but if they hit the deck awkwardly, there is still a bit of weight going through that one ankle or that one joint, and it can cause all kinds of problems. So this might take a moment or two now for Loftus-Cheek to be checked over, and certainly Thomas Tuchel will be hoping it's nothing too serious. The bench for Chelsea this evening, it's Christensen, Chalobah, Saul, Sarr, Barkley, Kante, and you could tell Chelsea perhaps have got a few injuries themselves, because they've got two goalkeepers on their bench this evening in Kepa and Bettinelli as well. But as far as Everton are concerned, they're having to name two keepers as well. They've got Begovic and Lonergan on the bench, and they've also got Onyago, Dobbin, Alan Gmabin and Coleman on their bench this evening. There's a whole list of Chelsea players, so a whole list of Everton players, I should say, who are currently out injured. And so you look at that injury list: Townsend, Mina, Dean, Davis, Calvert-Lewin, Richarlison. Every one of those will be pushing for a starting 11 place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the important thing, really, is players on the bench obviously want to make the impression. But obviously this time of year, when the fixtures do come thick and fast, there is a lot of squad rotation. Sometimes, obviously, that's not helped due to injuries. But I think players have also got to respect squad rotation, especially in a big squad like Chelsea. And even Everton, really. I think Rafa Benitez will be eager to use. And there we have the first yellow card of the game.
We do. And Mason Holgate, he's frustrated here. He's screaming at Michael Oliver, asking how is that a yellow. Well, he tries to get the ball, but there's a bit of a scissor motion there from Holgate as well, which I think just ramps up the sort of the severity of that tackle, and he doesn't actually get the ball.
He does get the ball, but I think he's gone through the man as well. So he's made a few challenges as well now, Holgate. I think he got away with the yellow card earlier on, actually, when he stopped an attack from Chelsea. So yeah, I think that's definitely worthy of a yellow, just due to the fact it's topping up process, really.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful. There's some pace in this Chelsea team. If he gets caught out again, there will always be that temptation perhaps to give away another free kick, and that could be very costly. But in the meantime, John Joe Kenny clears this ball down the right-hand side. It's held up by Sims. Put out a play there by Thiago Silva. An early goal at Anfield, but it's not for Liverpool. It's Newcastle that have taken the lead away at Anfield, just waiting for confirmation of the goal scorer. But that could backfire on Newcastle. It could just be like trying to anger the caged animal, and Liverpool could really come back and respond there.
Yeah, I mean, great result for Newcastle. Obviously, that 4-0 loss to Leicester over the weekend, a really bad defeat for them, really, in a game where probably the scoreline flattered Leicester a little bit. When you're bottom of the table, though, that's what does happen. But, I mean, yeah, Newcastle, Callum Wilson on the bench tonight as well. They need to get some goals from somewhere. And, yeah, I mean, bit of blow for Liverpool, and, of course, Chelsea. That's also a good result for them, of course.
Yeah.
Liverpool, the team they are competing with at the top of the table.
They'll certainly be cheering that, and I suppose a few Everton fans in this evening will probably be cheering the fact that Liverpool are losing. But it was John Joe Shelby, the former Liverpool man, that gets the goal at Anfield. But here at Stamford Bridge, the throw to Everton down the right-hand side. It was Holgate's ball into the box, which is headed away back into midfield, and Holgate tries to get the ball back into the penalty area. Poor clearance there from Rudiger. It drops straight to Iwobi, who volleys that ball across the edge of the penalty area. It drops now to Godfrey. He leaves it for Andre Gomez, and then Ducour and Gomez between them lose the ball, and a chance here now for Chelsea to go on the counter. Here is Pulisic. He finds a Ziyech down the left-hand side. Ziyech goes for goal, which is the wrong option. He had 3 Chelsea players in the penalty area there. The angles are all against him. A left footer shooting from the left-hand side goes out for a goal kick. We've actually gone past the halfway mark in this first half. 23 minutes gone. It is Chelsea 0, Everton 0, and it's Sam to take us through to half-time.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, I agree that. I think Ziyech just chose the wrong option, really. Got a bit carried away, perhaps, there. Got the ball in a good position. He's got to look to cross it. In the end, he overhits it, and it goes out for a goal kick, and Everton can once again regroup. 23 and a half minutes played at Stamford Bridge, and it's hard to believe Chelsea aren't really winning this game with the chance opportunities they've had, but fair play to Everton. They have hung in there, and they'll be open to get an opportunity, which I'm sure they will get at one point during this game.
Yeah, just by if they can keep it quiet, at some stage you would imagine that there could be a mistake. We've seen a couple of loose balls in midfield from Chelsea already. Seen a couple of situations where Everton perhaps just a slightly more accurate pass. They could have had a bit of use, a bit of lucky there as the ball deflected off Michael Oliver. A drop ball now, and Chelsea back in possession.
Yes, Thiago Silva, the experienced centre-back, on the ball at the moment as Chelsea look to build from the back, looking for options. The Brazilian finds Azpilicueta to Jorginho. Onto Loftus-Cheek, who is okay, thankfully, to continue. He goes out to the right-hand side to Mount, who plays it back into Reece James. James to Rudiger. Did score against Everton in October 2017 in a 2-1 win for Chelsea. Rudiger, of course, very much in the wars against Leeds United at the weekend. Ball flicked out now to Azpilicueta. Keep it in and find James. Thiago Silva. Chelsea continue to come forward. Is Ziyech, good take from him. Just about gets away as well. Mount onto Loftus-Cheek. Reece James in the air. Reece James crosses in. It's good defending in the end from Holgate to clear. And again, Chelsea coming forward promisingly. In the end, Holgate positioned well.
Holgate was positioned well, and it was the right option there from James. I thought initially the way he sort of positioned himself, he might be wanting to shoot across the goalkeeper. This time it was the right option to play it square, but Holgate in the right place, be able to get a clearance. For a quick round of applause there from Thomas Tuchel. Must be pleased that his side is still maintaining the energy levels.
Absolutely, 25 minutes, all been Chelsea, but there is no goals yet, though. And of course, did mention that Chelsea-Burnley game where Chelsea had countless chances to kill off the game. Wasn't quite the case, though, and they ended up drawing the game 1-1. So we've got to be careful their wastefulness doesn't come back to haunt them. Here is Mount, Jorginho, Rudiger, to Ziyech. Alonso, who has also scored against Everton previously in his career, a 5-0 win in November 2016 in the Antonio Conte days. Here's Azpilicueta to James. Loftus-Cheek. He's certainly moving well now, which is good to see. Turn from him as well. Onto Mount. It's just too much on the ball and the attack breaks down. Good play from Loftus-Cheek, but in the end, a little bit too much on the pass.
Yeah, he does put too much on the pass. The idea again was right, though. This because of the way Chelsea are playing, they're winning the ball back in midfield. They're getting forward. They're getting chance after chance. And on 2 or 3 occasions now, the pass has just been a little bit overhit, or the Everton defenders been just in the right place. You can see they just stabbed that ball a little bit too quickly there, Loftus-Cheek. But he looks absolutely fine now after that awkward fall a little bit earlier on.
Absolutely, yeah, good to see as well. So it did not look nice, of course, on the replays that we see. So good to see. Of course, see their 73% possession for Chelsea so far in this game. As you probably would expect, looking at the lineups, but no goals yet, which is the most important stat, and it is still 0-0, which Everton and Rafa Benitez will be delighted with, and they have a throw-in on the far side.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is good news for Everton. They can finally get the ball away from their own half. This is where they perhaps just need to improve. We've been praising Everton for their energy levels and trying to frustrate Chelsea, but there we just see it's a throw-on with no real pressure. Godfrey throws it in to Sims, and he misses his teammate by about 3 or 4 yards, and it just goes straight out for a throw to Chelsea. It's not much of a big deal. It's only around about the halfway line, but that's where Everton could keep the ball for a bit longer and perhaps just frustrate Chelsea. As it is, they've got to get straight back and defend now.
Opportunity for the striker Randy Sims to make a name for himself against Chelsea, of course, if he were to make a meaningful contribution this evening. Here's Chelsea in possession, though, with Thiago Silva just inside his own half. To his fellow centre-back Rudiger. Back to Thiago Silva. Loftus-Cheek. Azpilicueta. Jorginho. Ball forward. I think that's going to be seen out, though it is. Away, he goes to control it. He has to clear it in the end. Desperado Brafa just didn't let that go out, really.
Yeah, again, perhaps just a little bit of nerves. He can hear the Chelsea fans just behind him cheering, hoping that their player can perhaps get on the end of it. And that moment of indecision means that Chelsea still have possession at the edge of the box, although Loftus-Cheek stopped there by Godfrey, but puts the ball out for a throw a little bit further up the field.
Yeah, Godfrey put it out, but Chelsea, the pressure is still coming. Not as many chances in recent time for Chelsea, but still, though, plenty of possession looking to break Everton down. Thiago Silva in possession now. Closed down by Sims, but its possession is kept. Mount might have hit hand of Gomez, but play does go on, and then Decore might have hit his hand as well, but the referee says no.
Well, I think it did hit his hand. I think the referee just made the decision that it was accidental. There's nothing Decore could do, and he allowed play to go on. I think it definitely struck him, but it was from so close in, and he did have his arm by his side as well.
I think it flicked up off his own foot, actually, and then ended up hitting him on the hands, which is very much accidental. Azpilicueta in possession now. To Reece James. Great chance to open the scoring early on. That chance could come back to haunt Chelsea. Has got a couple of others after. Here's Rudiger in possession to Jorginho. Thiago Silva. And Chelsea looking for them options. A lot of possession. Everton won't mind the ball being the missed part of the field, that's for sure. Azpilicueta. Out to James. Loftus-Cheek. Rudiger. Loftus-Cheek. Again, Chelsea just patient play. Ziyech takes it from him and finds Alonso in the penalty area. Alonso chance to maybe cross. He does. It's not a bad ball, and it's Mason Mount who gets on the end of it, and a weak effort, and it just runs through to Pickford. But good patient build-up from Chelsea. No finish at the end.
It was, as you say, it was a good 15-20 passes put together there before that ball got into the penalty area. It was Ziyech's ball to Alonso that just injected a bit of pace into the move, and it was almost like the ball was just falling onto Mason Mount on the wrong side. If that same cross had come in from the right, he could have perhaps just swept at it with his right foot and got it on target. But as it is, 10 efforts from Chelsea, which 5 have been on target, just the 1 effort from Everton, which was off target. Here comes Rudiger again for the home side.
I don't say that out of them 10 efforts, not a good play from Rudiger. In the end, he has overrun the ball, but great effort from him. But I think all them saves Pickford's made, though, bar maybe one, or maybe the Reece James free kick. No save that's really overly tested him, which I think Everton will be quite happy with.
Yes, I think so. It's funny because in terms of the defending that Everton have done, you wouldn't say they're hanging on, but in terms of the possession and the chances count, you would say they are hanging on. So so far it looks good for Everton because they are stifling Chelsea as much as they can, but despite that, Chelsea are still getting their chances as Michael Keane really having to work hard there. Just about clears the ball away. On this occasion, Sims does well to hold it up for Kenny. But once again, the amount of time Everton spend in possession there is in seconds.
Absolutely, you see Rafa Benitez on the touchdown there. He'll be happy the score is still 0-0, and of course Everton have got to take it as it comes, and it is still 0-0 despite the fact Chelsea have certainly had the better of the game. It's to be expected. It's going to be Holgate with the throw in. That will be just straight to Thiago Silva. Possession coming back by Decore. Azpilicueta steps in to head it away, and it's kept in, I think, by Kenny. It's actually going to be a throw into Chelsea in the end, and again possession back with Chelsea. And as for Benitez, I mean, if he can get this 0-0 into half time, I guess he'll say it's job well done.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'd say that considering that his side have lost 4 of their last 5 league games and haven't really looked particularly good away from home in their last few meetings. Their last 2 trips to London haven't ended particularly fruitfully, losing to Brentford and to Palace. So based on that, you'd say that they're doing well here in terms of trying to restrict Chelsea. But the problem for them is that what happens if Chelsea score, which is always a chance Chelsea could score. Do Everton really have a plan B?
Absolutely. Jorginho in possession now. Loftus-Cheek. Maybe finds Azpilicueta to his right. Back to Loftus-Cheek. Jorginho. Azpilicueta. To Thiago Silva, just in the D. Finds Rudiger. To Jorginho, goes back to him again. Patient play this from Chelsea. Saw a move a moment ago that's about 20 passes until Mason Mount's effort was denied by Jordan Pickford. Thiago Silva, Jorginho again. Rudiger. Jorginho has plenty of bodies back, and Chelsea are going to have to be patient and try and find a way through, and in the end, Everton do win it backwards, straight back with Chelsea.
Well,
Interesting to see how many passes they've made by the end of this half.
Absolutely, we'll check that stat towards the end of the half. You're absolutely right. But what you say about Chelsea in terms of them, wanting to get that first goal, they won't feel under too much pressure because there's no attacking threat from Everton really, so they can just sort of go about their business and get that first chance and try and take that lead. As Mount now tries to take on Branthwaite, but again, big defender does well there and gets the ball away.
Play for Branthwaite in the end to get his body in the way of Mount and clear. Chelsea do have possession back with a throw. Azpilicueta finds Thiago Silva, who then finds Rudiger. Thiago Silva. So many achievements in his career. The Brazilian would love to have add a Premier League winner's medal to his name. It is Jorginho in possession now, finds Alonso. Rudiger. So we see plenty of the ball, the Brazilian. He crosses in, it's towards Mount. Mount takes it down. It's a bit of a heavy touch and it's cleared away by Everton skipper Michael Keane. Again, Mount just a better touch there and it could have given him a chance to get a shot away.
Yeah, it was a quick ball to it, but I agree with you that he perhaps could have done a little bit better, especially as we know the sort of close control that Mason Mount does have. He would have backed himself to have done a little bit better with that one. But Chelsea back in possession. There's no harm as far as Chelsea are concerned. They lose the ball, but they get it back very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone for Everton pretty much behind the ball and having to work very hard. They are still at 0-0, which will delight the supporters and Rafa Benitez. Azpilicueta into Jorginho, who finds space. And then he finds Mount on back to Azpilicueta. Bit of a heavy touch, but he does keep possession and then goes to Reece James. Ball slightly behind him though. James then goes to Thiago Silva. Instead he goes forward to Jorginho. Ziyech. Good turn from him. Mount lays it back to him. Ziyech does get it back. Ziyech on the edge there. Ziyech shoots and it's just gone wide, but it presented itself well to Ziyech, and Pickford was flat-footed, but the ball just going wide. Yeah,
if that was on target, Pickford's not saving it. He'd almost, I think he saw it just a little bit too late, as Andre Gomez has got to give himself a bit of a talking to there, because that ball was his. After Mount tried to touch it onto Ziyech, Andre Gomez should be clearing that all day long, and somehow it still got through to Hakim Ziyech.
Yeah, but loose play there from Andre Gomez, and Jordan Pickford will take this goal. Can you imagine for Everton, the way the game's gone so far, Pickford won't be rushing any goal kicks. He'll want to calm the play down and break up the momentum, really.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that it doesn't want to take too long, of course. We have seen over the past few years, referees have actually started booking goalkeepers in first half. I think I've seen that twice myself, where keepers have been booked in the first half, albeit they were both in Football League games rather than Premier League games. But it is something that referees do have to keep an eye on, although players know that time they waste during the half, you're never really going to get all of that back in the injury time, so it can work in your favour. It could just chip a few seconds away.
Here's Ziyech on the left-hand side in possession, finds Rudiger. He then finds Loftus-Cheek. Got options, and he will find Mount on the right-hand side. He goes forward, not a bad ball, it nearly ran through to James, and then Pulisic will try and get there. It's a corner though to Chelsea, and again a chance for them to get the ball into the Everton area.
Yeah, well, they've tried quite a lot from open play in the last 10 minutes or so, and they've had some partial success in terms of getting that final ball into to get a shot away. But now from a set piece, in theory, this is where Everton should be able to dominate. They've got a couple of very tall defenders, a couple of good players in the air. But Chelsea, of course, themselves and players like Rudiger will also fancy their chances.
Alonso with it. It's not a bad delivery. It's headed away, though, well in the end by Sims. And the shot comes back and it's blocked again by Sims. Forward doing his defensive duties well there. Iwobi competes for it. No foul given. Alonso then picks out Mount. Mount in the centre of the park. Goes into Rudiger, who stayed forward. Rudiger turns and goes into Mount. Mount goes through, and Mount denied by Pickford. Not sure if a flag would have gone up anyway. Gets Alonso in front, but good goalkeeping by Pickford in the end, who read it well. That's
excellent goalkeeping by Pickford. I mean, it's superb from Rudiger. I mentioned that he likes to join the attack sometimes as an additional midfielder. Deft touch there from the veteran defender, getting that one into Mount, but Pickford doing his best, just using his foot there to make the save. Alonso now puts a cross in from the resulting throw, but it's Pickford with a comfortable save.
Has been criticised quite a lot, Pickford, in the last couple of years. When he's at his best, there's no doubt he is a great goalkeeper, and there you get back Mount to score one-on-one. It's a little bit close to him, but Pickford's still got to be alert to make the save and stick his foot out.
He does, yeah. Sometimes keepers gamble there, don't they? They try and dive one way or the other to sort of second-guess what the forward's going to do, almost as if it's a penalty with the rolling ball. But on that occasion, I thought that Pickford did well, held his ground, And Mount, as you said, he didn't have much time or space to really work with the ball, so it was the best shot that he could produce from that sort of distance. I think the criticism that Pickford gets is that sometimes he is a little bit hot-headed. He'll clear a ball or bowl a ball out when he doesn't need to, and he sometimes rushes out and miskicks his back passes that he gets from his teammates. But I don't think his shot stopping's ever come into question. I think every keeper makes the odd error where they let an easy ball in, but overall his reading of shots is generally, I think, very good.
And Chelsea have possession now. Really good find. Ziyech who turns well, but Doucouré's done well to win that one back, and maybe a chance for Everton to break. Iwobi just has the ball now, just loses out though to Alonso. A bit weak play there from Alex Iwobi. Loftus-Cheek then finds Pulisic. He's crowded out well. Certainly a foul though by Andre Gomez. I mean, he just had to do that really, I guess, didn't he? Because he was going forward and he turns his back and he just gives him a nudge and he goes down.
It's one of those where if Gomez backs away and lets it happen, well, then we're going to criticise him for that as well. So he's almost stuck between a rock and a hard place. Chelsea this time taking a little bit too quick. I didn't think the rest of the Chelsea players were ready for this, and in the end having to go back with it.
Thiago Silva seen plenty of the ball. The Brazilian centre back in this half finds Alonso, goes out to Reece James, finds Jorginho. James to Azpilicueta, just takes the ball over the halfway line to Thiago Silva. 1-1 at Anfield now. Diogo Jota with an equaliser on 20 minutes.
He's getting some really good goal-scoring form recently, Jota. I always questioned that transfer initially when I thought, how much that game time is he going to get at Liverpool? But he's actually proven to be, with the injury to Firmino, he stepped in and actually got the goals.
Yeah, had a fantastic signing. He's proved to be Diogo Jota, of course. We've made no doubt about his ability at Wolves, but certainly in that final season, we did see him waste a lot of goal-scoring opportunities, something I often criticised him for. But no, he's been fantastic.
He has. I feared he was going to be another Shaqiri who comes on for a little cameo, gets the odd cross, the odd goal maybe every 7 or 8 games, but far from it. He's very much a part of that Liverpool team now. And Liverpool are level there. We'll see once it develops in that game. Any more goals, we will, of course, let you know. But here, 7.5 minutes until half-time, and it's as you were, Chelsea in possession, although Everton pressing. Yes,
it's Alonso who finds Jorginho. Then goes to find Pulisic. Good defending, though, there by Michael Keane. And then Gomez's ball is given away, and he gets it back, and he will go back to Michael Keane, who then go back to Jordan Pickford. Not the best ball, but Pickford easily keeps it in and clears it away as well. Pickford's certainly been solid between the sticks so far, which is exactly what Everton need on a night like this.
Well, you asked for the total passes. 268 passes from Chelsea to 44 from Everton. 64 passes in the final third to 13 from Everton. 12. To make the save for Fulham. Forgot that Mendy was on the field. He's had so little to do in the last 10-15 minutes, but I can tell you that there is a third goal at Anfield, and Liverpool have turned things around. They are now 2-1 up, just waiting for confirmation of the goal scorer, but Liverpool now 2-1 up on 25 minutes.
Normal service resumed at Anfield, and of course that won't be a great goal for Chelsea, of course, as well, who I say will want to make the most of everything, really. I mean, every result City and Liverpool get, Chelsea need to respond because they have fallen behind the pack a little bit, so important they do keep within distance of City and Liverpool. Chelsea going to go throw in on the far side. See Reece James there, a little bit of frustration creeping into Chelsea. They'll feel like they need to be winning this game. They're not winning the game though, and Everton have done their job well in frustrating them. But if it goes 0-0 to half-time, Tuchel just going to, all Tuchel can really say is keep it up, but they need to get a goal.
They need to get a goal, perhaps just be a little bit more creative, perhaps try a few more long balls, try to perhaps draw Everton in, get them playing a little bit higher up the field so they can perhaps try and exploit the pace that Chelsea do have in this attack line. To Kante, it was Mo Salah that got the goal for Liverpool to put them 2-1 up.
It is Alonso in field, but in the end, it's a good play though by Loftus-Cheek to get it back. Rudiger, with Mo Salah scoring, no surprise of course. I believe he was the first player to score 5 in a row at Anfield for Liverpool with that goal as well. But a fantastic season he's having, the Egyptian. Alonso goes down to Ziyech. Does well, really good play from him to re-find Alonso. Loftus-Cheek. Azpilicueta. It's Mount who might go and hit. That's really good play though by Gordon, and he's actually won a free kick in the end, and Gordon doing well there to get his body in the way.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it seems like he got quite a clout there as well, Anthony Gordon, as he was trying to stop Mason Mount. Heavy touch there from Mount. That allowed Gordon to get his body in the way, And then a little bit petulant there from Mount, just sticks a foot and a bit of an arm in there just to try and push the Everton youngster out the way. But that's what Anthony Gordon's got to do there, just to try and draw in a foul, slow things down and win the ball back for his team as well.
Frustration, I guess you can say there, by Mount, of course, and confirmation of Liverpool's goal, 25 minutes on the clock, 2-1 against Newcastle United at Anfield. Pickford takes the free kick for Everton, and it's cleared away by Thiago Silva. It drops out the air. Ziyech and Loftus-Cheek both went for it. Gomez wins it, but the ball's back in Chelsea possession. James has it now. Good take from him. Ziyech on the opposite flank for the time being. Good run, and he checks back as well. Finds James. He'll bring Rudiger into play. Loftus-Cheek turns away. Gomez does well originally, but still has possession. Loftus-Cheek. Thiago Silva. Alonso. Jorginho. Quetta, it's a poor ball from him, and he does get a second bite of it and plays to Alonso, who's dispossessed by Gomez. Good play from Gomez, and he keeps possession as well. Really good play from the midfielder. Ball's on as well to Godfrey. A chance for him to maybe get a ball into the area. Godfrey does. It's low to Decore who controls it. And he's crowded out by Chelsea bodies, but he does well to find Gordon, who will go for goal. It's not bad effort, but an easy save for Mendy. But that's a promising break from Everton, probably the best we've seen all half.
Yeah, that was much better from Everton. They got their chance down the left-hand side. Godfrey got a good ball from Gomez. Anthony Gordon doesn't really put his foot through this one. It's one of those curling efforts that doesn't really go off the laces, if you see what I mean. Doesn't really make the contact with the ball that he'd like. And in the end, it's a very easy save there for Mendy. But we have to say, it's taken 43 minutes, but Everton do have their first effort on target.
Exactly. It's Andre Gomez there as well. I praise his play, actually. Quite often a critic myself of Andre Gomez for the way he plays at times. That was good, though. Bursting forward, getting the ball, taking on a couple of Chelsea players. That really started the attack. And I know it came to nothing, but that's better, though, from Everton.
Oh, it is. I mean, I'm a fan of Andre Gomez when he's playing well. The problem with him is that he's a big midfielder, but perhaps isn't always as physical as he could be. And for all the ability he has, sometimes his passing just can let him down. Of course, he did have that horrific injury after that collision with Heung-min Son. That certainly slowed his progress, but back in the team now. And certainly when he's on his day, that pass we saw there to Godfrey, he just, as you mentioned, they were sort of marshalling that whole move. And we need to see more of him in this game now.
Absolutely. It's Chelsea in possession again. Just under 90 seconds to go until the 45 minutes have been played. Rudiger plays Jorginho. Jorginho gets it out of his feet. Alonso touched off by Pulisic. Loftus-Cheek then with a bit of a loose one. Decore picks up good play from the former Watford man. Decore carries on as well. Good challenge in the end, but the player's going to be brought back, and I think Loftus-Cheek might well receive a yellow card here. He's going, so I think that about him in an earlier foul as well that he was penalised for. But good play from Decore. Mentioned about Gomez going forward well. We saw an example from Decore there as well.
Yeah, this is good from Decore, and it's always risky there from Loftus-Cheek. If you're going to come in from the side like that when your opponent's at full speed, but then you've got to almost be ahead of him to make that tackle work. And Loftus-Cheek potentially could have just got a yellow for that on its own, but I think combined with a couple of other little fouls he's committed, it certainly would have warranted a yellow. But already problems there for Everton, because Chelsea have set up about 10 or even 15 yards away from the edge of their own box with the offside, so Gordon's got to try and judge this one just right.
Gordon does play it. It's not a bad one, but it will be headed away by Thiago Silva, and then Pulisic can complete the clearance, and it's back with Gordon, who goes back to Brantway. And then Decore goes back to Pickford. 45 minutes very nearly up at Stamford Bridge. I don't think there'll be much added time here, maybe a minute. Ball played forward, Alonso lets that go out, and it will be a throw into Chelsea, and there will be 2 added minutes in fact to Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, well, I suppose we had that stoppage for Loftus-Cheek when he went down, and maybe the couple of free kicks, I suppose, the amount of time it took to organise everything, you could argue. So we mentioned you never get all the time lost for every set piece anyway, but still a couple of minutes here. I was about to say the words, a couple of minutes here for Everton to hang on, but I think that's probably a bit harsh. They've actually grown into the game, I think, and are doing well now to push Chelsea away from their own box.
Absolutely, yeah. I think earlier on in the half, it certainly was a case of hanging on, but I think Everton, to their credit, are growing into it. Rafa Benitez only ever won once at Stamford Bridge as a manager. That was when he was Liverpool boss, October 2008. 1-0 win when Chelsea had Luis Felipe Scolari in charge. Those were the days, of course. A 1-0 win thanks to a goal from Xabi Alonso in that game, and so that ended Chelsea's 4.5-year unbeaten run at Stamford Bridge as well. So good memories there for Rafa Benitez. But yeah, I mean, going to be tough to break that, but they are 0-0 at half, going into half-time as it stands, and it's a minute of the 2 played, and it's a job well done for Everton.
Yeah, I think so. I think that certainly the first 10 minutes it looked as though it's only a matter of time. Chelsea are going to score, Everton are going to crumble, and it'll probably be 3-0 by half-time, but it's not been like that at all. There's been sporadic moments there where Chelsea have really looked on top, But the longer this half has gone on, the more Everton's game plan of just trying to restrict Chelsea seems to be working.
Quetta up in the area. Wobie will compete for it. Off the Wogan, it will be a throw in to Chelsea. Reece James to take it. He finds Thiago Silva. Just slowly brings the ball away and then finds Rudiger. Out to Marcos Alonso. For options, and he just has to go back in the end to Rudiger. Everton very close to getting it 0-0 into half-time. Loftus-Cheek. Thiago Silva. Okay, kind of gone at walking pace for the time being. That's the ball though, which will find Mason Mount. One last attack maybe for Chelsea, but note the half-time whistle blows, and it is Chelsea 0, Everton 0 at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea have certainly had the better of the game, but Everton have done their job well in frustrating the hosts. Jordan Pickford certainly done well between the sticks as well. Half-time score: Chelsea 0, Everton 0.
Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession in midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea, a lot of possession of midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession of midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession of midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession of midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to stifle Chelsea. Just a couple of half chances for Rafa Benitez's side. It is 0-0 at half-time. Half-time at Stamford Bridge, and it is goalless between Chelsea and Everton. Chelsea certainly enjoying a lot more possession and a lot more chances in front of goal. The best of those, Reece James, was put through by Jorginho, put it just wide. Mason Mount shot across the goalkeeper. There was a back heel from Pulisic, which was well saved, as well as a free kick, which was also well saved by Pickford. But other than that, Chelsea a lot of possession of midfield. Everton growing into the game the longer the half went on, doing well to start. Well, it's a very warm welcome back to second half independent off-tube studio commentary from the game at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea taking on Everton. It is goalless. Chelsea with the lion's share of possession, the lion's share of chances, but ultimately couldn't beat Jordan Pickford. A couple of efforts going wide, a couple of good saves from Pickford. And the longer the first half went on, you just felt as though Everton was sort of more comfortable in that role of being a team that were just there ready to soak up Chelsea pressure. And it will be interesting to see now whether or not Chelsea have another way of trying to break Everton down, and will Everton perhaps dare to try and attack a little bit more in the second half. It's myself, Paul Shabakovic, and Sam Wright taking you through the action. And Sam, looks like Chelsea are going to try and get forward straight away here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's what they'll be hoping to do. The opening 20 minutes of the first half, they absolutely dominated, and just a constant blue wave at the Everton goal. But Everton did survive it, and I think Tuchel will just be saying, look, just keep doing it. Obviously, they lost their way a bit towards the end of the half, which was a bit concerning. But I think that's what the message will be. Just start the way you started the first half, just keep going at them, and the goal will come.
Goal will come. That's what Chelsea need to believe. And from Everton's point of view, they need to believe they can keep it at 0-0 and to perhaps get themselves a spell of possession, a corner kick, a free kick, to try and take an unlikely. And Everton will be shooting towards their own fans in this second half as well, as a little added incentive. But first things first, they've got to try and get this ball off Chelsea, because we're a minute and a half into the second half, and it's as you were with Chelsea, enjoying a possession around about the halfway line. It's Rudiger now forward towards Jorginho. Remind you of the two sides in just a moment, but we'll just see how Ziyech can use this ball now on the left-hand side. Gets it in towards Pulisic. A bit of a heavy touch from him. That's flicked away by Andre Gomez. Picked up now by Alex Iwobi. Two Chelsea players around it, but he does well. And I think Ziyech might have actually hurt himself in trying to stop Iwobi, but the long ball has gone down the right-hand side, and Jonjo Kenny perhaps just wanted a little bit too much time there against Antonio Rudiger, and in the end Rudiger wins that ball for his side, but Ziyech still down.
Yeah, I think it took a bit long there, to be honest, Kenny. I don't know why he hesitated so much, really, to go for it. But fair play to Rudiger, come across really quickly. Look at that again. Yeah, I think he gets a little bit left on him there. But I don't think it's intentional by Iwobi, but he kind of stands on his ankle. Therefore, it's a painful one for Ziyech, but I don't think there's any intent there by the Nigerian, but a painful one.
Yeah, well, he's still down, holding his right ankle, I think it is there, Hakim Ziyech. So I'll just remind you of the two 11s very quickly. Edouard Mendy in goal for Chelsea, with the back three of Cesar Azpilicueta, Thiago Silva and Antonio Rudiger. Four across the middle, Reece James, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Jorginho and Marcus Alonso, with Hakim Ziyech, Mason Mount and Christian Pulisic as the three up front. For Everton is Jordan Pickford in goal, a back four of Mason Holgate, Jared Branthwaite, Michael Keane and Ben Godfrey. The four across the middle, Jonjo Kenny, Abdoulaye Doucouré, Andre Gomez and Anthony Gordon, with Alex Iwobi playing just behind Ellis Sims. And for the time being, there's still problems here for Hakim Ziyech. He's still checking that right ankle. He is up on his feet now, and he's sort of stamping that right foot down, which is good news, because of course if he was in excruciating pain there, he wouldn't be able to do that. Former Everton man Ross Barkley just warming up for Chelsea now. There's a potential replacement there for Ziyech if needs be, but you'd imagine that for the time being he is going to come back on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously Barkley had that spell at Aston Villa on loan last season, started really well. I remember him scoring against Liverpool in that famous 7-2, and then the winner against Leicester City in the following game at the King Power Stadium. But all the potential Barkley had at Everton, I really feel like he hasn't quite lived up to that throughout his career. It's a real shame, to be honest, because obviously when he was a young teenager breaking through, he was one of the most exciting in the country, but he's never really managed to get himself as a regular in this Chelsea team either, unfortunately. But yeah.
But the talent is definitely there, but as I say, it might just be the case that when you look at some of the players that Chelsea don't need, I mean, for Conor Gallagher springs to mind immediately, doesn't it, when you look at the sort of season he's had. Basically through loans at West Brom and Palace, has earned himself an England call-up without ever actually playing for his parent club. But here come Chelsea down the right. Loftus-Cheek's ball into James is just stopped at the edge of the area before it's cleared long by Ben Godfrey down the left-hand side. A bouncing ball that Sims almost judged just a little bit better there than Thiago Silva, but in the end it is the Brazilian that now plays it square to Rudiger, and Chelsea able to play out from the back again. Rudiger just stops in the centre circle, fires a ball down the middle here, which is picked up by Mount, and then Pulisic spots Marcos Alonso. A lot of space for him down the left-hand side. Now he's being closed down by Holgate and Kenny. Goes back towards Mount. It's just a little bit short. Mount just about keeps possession. Finds Jorginho. Then it's Azpilicueta's ball into the box. Headed down. It drops to Loftus-Cheek. He can't get a clean strike of the ball. And then it's hooked up in the air by Michael Keane, bouncing just over the head of Jorginho before Rudiger goes back to Thiago Silva.
Yeah, just failed to get any connection on it there, didn't he, in the end, Loftus-Cheek, and there's a chance again now for Ziyech this time.
Yeah, tight angle. Ziyech thought about the shot, didn't want to shoot in the end, took another step and then tried to cross it. That was charged down. It's out for a throw to Chelsea down the left-hand side. He's had a busy evening so far, Mason Holgate. And judging by the first 5 minutes of the second half, it's going to be more of the same as Iwobi and Kenny combined to just about win that ball back for Everton. They don't clear it very far though, and Chelsea are back in possession here now with Thiago Silva. Looks up at the edge of the area, plays the ball over towards the left-hand edge of the field here for Ziyech. Looks fine for the time being after that earlier injury. Now Mason Mount. Mount with the shot. Oh, it's curling, and it needed a hand there from Pickford to palm it away for a corner. Didn't look particularly dangerous when Mount struck it, but it certainly was curling towards goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a bit of a strange effort from Mount, really. I think Pulisic's presence was a bit distracting for the goalkeeper as well. He kind of goes in, and Pickford just has to make absolute sure by getting a hand to it.
It's a deflection as well, yeah. That's what's done for it there, is that ball taking a big deflection. So credit to Pickford. Corner kick now to Chelsea. An in-swinger from Alonso, headed on at the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's looping over the bar. Loftus-Cheek, he's a big target in that box, and the header just wide.
Yeah, I think like from that position, I maybe back him to score there. I mean, I might be a bit critical on that occasion. We'll have a look at the replay. Loftus-Cheek does get his head to it, and yeah, he's just front glanced it backwards. It's not a bad effort, just a little bit too much on it. Actually, it's his back, actually. He doesn't get any clean connection on it, and therefore it just bounces over. But Pickford did have it covered anyway, I think, if it were dropping in on target. Yeah,
there wasn't enough pace on it for Pickford not to have enough time there. You're absolutely right. He would have been able to get himself underneath that had it been going on target. And Pickford, with a bit of a slice goal kick. That's where Pickford does sometimes get criticised. His distribution just lets him down. He's got a ferocious left foot, but sometimes just doesn't quite have the control. So a throw on to Chelsea now down the right-hand side. Azpilicueta bringing the ball forward. Now leaves it for Thiago. Here is Jorginho now under pressure from Sims. Back towards Antonio Rudiger. So options left and right here for Rudiger, but just leaves game in terms of possession, and they'll want to maintain that really. If they start giving the ball away or playing too many long balls, and that might just play into Everton's hands. But here is Loftus-Cheek down the right-hand side, finds Reece James. James's ball into the box, and John Joe Kenny, perhaps he could have got a shout there from his keeper, but with so much traffic just behind him, he thought safety first, he puts it out for a corner.
Yeah, safety first, right decision there. That's all you can do in that position. You never know who's behind you, so always best take the safe option. This is Chelsea's fourth corner of the game. Everton still yet to have one. Of course, the last one did cause problems.
Here comes an in-swinger. It's headed on by Azpilicueta at the edge of the 6-yard box. Cleared to the edge of the box, and then Alonso couldn't keep the ball for Chelsea. Anthony Gordon brings it away now for Everton. He's got options here, and one of them is Alex Iwobi. There's actually an option on the overlap here for Ellis Sims, and Sims breaking into the area. Back to Iwobi. Chelsea back in numbers. There's still a chance here for Kenny, who strikes it with the right foot. Well, the ball sat up nicely for him, so I can't blame Jonjo Kenny putting his right foot through that, but when you think there were 3 other players at the edge of the area, maybe Kenny should have thought about a pass or a cross.
I think when you look at Everton's attacking options on the field, that lack of quality just showed there. Sims never really looked convinced when he had the ball. Iwobi just, again, never really looked convincing either. Gets the pass away, and in the end, Kenny's effort always going over. I feel like if they had more promising players in that position, Everton, it would have been a bit of a better attack, but no one ever really looked like they wanted to take control.
No, it's a shame because Godfrey was completely unmarked inside the penalty area, and if that ball had been played to him by Kenny, then the Godfrey would have pretty much had a free shot from around 7 or 8 yards, but it wasn't to be. And Chelsea now pushing forward here with Thiago, a long ball looking for Pulisic, just over his head though, and that will drop all the way through towards Jordan Pickford. Now looking up, waiting to see where his teammates are. Thought about long ball, but just bowls it out towards Branthwaite here on the left-hand side. Left-footed ball over the top here from Branthwaite, headed down by Azpilicueta. It's a good header as well, getting it away from any potential Everton player who are in their white chain strip this evening. Of course, playing in their home strip, they would certainly be clashing with Chelsea's all-blue. As Keane now playing this back towards Pickford, who is very nonchalant the way he just lets that ball roll almost towards the goal line, but he just about clears it inside the 6-yard box. Azpilicueta there colliding with Anthony Gordon. And certainly Rafa Benitez wasn't happy. I think Michael Oliver has just given a throw here, but Everton perhaps wanting a free kick.
I think he has given a free kick to Everton in the end. Yeah, he has given a free kick. Yeah, Azpilicueta, I don't know if he slipped or anything there, because it was a bit of a needless foul. No, he wasn't going anywhere, that's for sure. But yeah, he brings him down and Everton have a free kick. But yeah, Azpilicueta, with his experience, should certainly expect better. But Everton have wasted the free kick.
They have. It's just it's a hopeful ball. I mean, you can see what Branthwaite's trying to do there. He sees Iwobi in a little bit of space, but in the end he misses his teammate by a good few yards. And once again, Chelsea start with a short goal kick. Mendy rolled it to Rudiger. Now he finds Ziyech down the left-hand side. Alonso just tries to flick that ball past Jonjo Kenny. Kenny gets his body in the way and almost draws that foul from Alonso.
Yeah, Everton won't mind this. I mean, Chelsea committing a couple of fouls in recent times. That's exactly what Everton will want Chelsea to get frustrated. Looks like they've gone to take a quick free kick, but the referee, has denied Pickford doing that because of a rolling ball. But yeah, that's exactly what Everton will want. Chelsea committing the fouls on them, and they can break up the play a little bit. I mean, they've got this far at 0-0, and they are starting to have a couple of threats going forward on the break. So as far as Everton is concerned, it's not a bad spell for them.
No, it's not. And there's a wry smile there on Jordan Pickford because he took that free kick too quickly, and now he's taking an awful long time to set up the retake of that free kick. I think a few Chelsea fans there just to the side of him were suggesting he was doing that deliberately, and a little smirk from him probably suggests that he was. But now the ball from Pickford reaches Gordon, and then he finds Godfrey. Godfrey just straining a little bit to get that shot away. He does get it towards goal, but it's a toe end really, and it's easy for Mendy.
Yeah, it kind of felt to him a bit awkwardly in the end, like he wanted to take it down, but he had to get the shot away because obviously he was under pressure and the effort was really weak, and it's an easy save from Mendy. But again, Everton just having a little bit of promise going forward, and the only issue, of course, is their attacking threats on the field aren't exactly the most promising. Not many goals in there, but they need to take the most of these chances when they do have them.
And here come Chelsea now with Loftus-Cheek, leaves it for Jorginho, about 30-35 yards out. Now it's with James on the right-hand side. He wanted the quick give and go there with Mason Mount, but he was brought down. Looks like it's Godfrey that's challenged Reece James there. Free kick to Chelsea. Chance to get this ball in right over on the right-hand touchline here, about 25 yards out. We see from the replay there, James gets the ball away, and Godfrey never really made any effort to get out of the way of that. But then, in those situations, defenders can't really get out of the way. So he was almost like he was bound to give the free kick away there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the best free kick to give away. It gives James a chance to get a really dangerous ball into the area. But like you say, didn't really have a choice in the end, and I'm sure this will be a dangerous.
Here comes James's ball in. Oh, it just stopped in front of Pulisic, then it drops to Azpilicueta, leaning back, rushing his shot a little bit, and he fires that a long way over the bar. The initial target there was Pulisic for the first cross, and he very nearly was able to capitalise there.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a bad ball at all from James, really. As I mentioned, quite a dangerous one. It kind of stops, as you say. Azpilicueta gets there, controls, but it's always leaning back and it's always going over. We mentioned, of course, a lot of talk is about Man City lacking that number 9. I think games like this are proving, obviously, with the absence of Lukaku, Chelsea are as well, really, at times. I mean, if they had a number 9 on the pitch, I feel like they would be posing more of a threat going forward. But it is alarming, really, Chelsea going forward. Maybe the lack of a number 9. Obviously, Lukaku's not been on great form when he's played, and he's absent today, and it's kind of showing at times.
It is, yeah. I mean, the stats now show that it's 80% possession for Chelsea with just 20 for Everton. And it really is starting to show that this advantage that Chelsea have is actually growing as the second half is wearing on. The Still not too much work for Pickford in the Everton goal, as here comes Loftus-Cheek, gets away from Andre Gomez a little bit too easily, really. Tries to get that ball in towards Mason Mount. Mount just robbed of it at the edge of the area. Pulisic couldn't win it back either, and Branthwaite now is on the run. He is brought down, and Jorginho is going to get a booking here. Not too sure that he's complaining at the referee. He's probably more complaining at his teammates for leaving him so exposed there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, good play from Branthwaite, actually, and he just wins the free kick, and Jorginho's a blatant yellow card, to be honest. And yeah, frustrating one really for Chelsea, as I just feel like they're lacking that rhythm really so far at the moment. The last 5 minutes or so, Everton are frustrating them getting out and winning these free kicks. Exactly what they'll want to do.
It's quite funny. They're looking at Jorginho there as he's reacted to that yellow card. It was almost like he was complaining to the referee, saying, well, look, they left me no option, these teammates of mine. Everton getting ready to make a change. And certainly Rafa Benitez doesn't have too many options on his bench. As I said, he's got 2 goalkeepers, and he hasn't actually got the full quota of players on the bench either. So we'll be interesting to see who he's going to bring on here just to try and freshen things up. It's just over half an hour to play, 59 minutes gone. Independent off-tube studio commentary, Chelsea 0, Everton 0. In the other game, it's still half-time between Liverpool and Newcastle, but surely should be getting underway very shortly now for the second half. That game also available on our service as the ball is into the Everton penalty area, but Pickford comes out, makes a comfortable save, and then just that quick calm down to his teammates there. Nice and slow, making sure everybody gets out of the penalty area. This so far is going to plan here for Everton, it has to be said.
Yeah, that was really good from Jordan Pickford then. Really good starting position as the ball was played through, and he gets there ahead of Pulisic. So yeah, good goalkeeping. Like you say, it's going to plan for Everton right now. They've still got to be wary though. Chelsea, much somebody who mentioned they're missing a number 9. They've still got options on the field who can certainly score goals. So they've certainly got to be wary as they come forward here.
Yeah, well, it's a challenge now from Branthwaite, and to the Everton players, heads in their hands. They can't believe that's been given as a free kick. Jordan Branthwaite there looked towards the referee in disbelief. Let's have a look here whether he's got any case to be so surprised. I'm not so sure. Does he get any of the ball there at all?
No, I think that's definitely a free kick. I think the referee's made the right decision, really. I think Branthwaite's overstretched a little bit. Loftus-Cheek's got to the ball first. It's a definite free kick.
Yeah, well, I do remember doing commentary of a championship game where Branthwaite completely accidentally, in going for a high ball against Middlesbrough, caught the Middlesbrough player flush in the face, and there was a lot of talk after the game that perhaps he deserved a red card for that. So he's a big, strong player, though, Branthwaite. And he felt aggrieved with that, but I'm not sure there was any argument to say he actually won the ball. It's a free kick now to Chelsea, and it's a good ball in as well from Reece James. And Rudiger, his head in his hands now, because he had a good chance there. It may well be that the ball was just curling away from goal anyway, but Rudiger has the look of someone who feels he should have done better there.
I think someone might have got their foot up in there as well, actually, which might have put him off a little bit. Rudiger at the back post. Is it Godfrey, maybe? I think he just puts him off with that boot. I mean, definitely not a high boot or anything, but yeah, does enough, and Sims' debut is over, and it's going to be Dobbin who comes onto the field. Yeah,
so Sims is off to be replaced by Lewis Dobbin, who is 18-year-old. Will be turning 19 in January, just after the new year. But this is a good opportunity for him now. Difficult to criticise Sims. He certainly didn't get any kind of service, really, that a striker could expect in a game.
Absolutely no. He held the ball up well at times. I mean, obviously a couple of loose touches, and he never really looked convinced in attacking areas. But it is his debut, of course, up against a very good Chelsea defence. Yeah, they have been leaking goals recently, but still a very good Chelsea defence, of course. So, yeah, he did all he could, really, and I think he definitely held the ball up well at times and never disgraced himself out there, and a chance for Dobbin to make a name for himself. Yes,
there was. Oh, now there's going to be a free kick here with a collision. Reece James crashing into Jordan Pickford. Of course, recent England teammates now with James's call-ups. But, yeah, I mean, James actually stumbles as he's trying to go towards Pickford. And Pickford, I think, very quickly realised that his England compatriot there wasn't trying to hurt him in any way, but it looked quite painful.
I love how Pickford gets stuff and then he instantly goes back down again, holding where he gets hit. But, yeah, I mean, definitely a foul. If you say James, unintentional for him, he just kind of stumbles into him. Pickford does well, though, comes really decisive punch and gets it away. But, of course, he does have the free kick as well. And, as you say, Pickford here, look, taking his time. It's going to plan for Everton.
Yeah, right, asking the linesman twice. Is it definitely in that spot there, Lino? I mean, like it matters. It's a free kick inside his own penalty area. If he takes it from 10 or 11 yards, no one's going to mind. But, of course, in this situation, those extra couple of seconds are what Pickford is trying to eke out of the situation. The ball ended up with Edouard Mendy, bowls it out quickly towards Marcus Alonso. There's been a pressing here from Everton as well. And Lewis Dobbin, of course, fresh off the bench. He's trying to close down on Thiago Silva. Aspilicueta now gets that ball to Reece James, who is caught in possession, but he's brought down and fouled in the process. Which would be a bit of a shame for Everton, but again, it's Chelsea being held high up the field. So if they can't win the ball back, as long as they keep Chelsea away from their own half, that's the thing that Rafa Benitez's side will be looking to do. Double change being readied here for Chelsea, and it looks like it's Saul and Barkley.
Yeah, yellow card as well for an Everton player. Not quite sure what happened there. That was off our pictures. Might be Robbie Dobbin who gets a booking. Pulisic was the man caught. But yeah, big change for Chelsea, of course. Ross Barkley, former Everton man, looking at Andre Gomez, in fact. But obviously he'll be looking to make an impression. Barkley against his former club, so we'll see how these substitutions work. But over Chelsea, they've got to change something. They've just lost their rhythm slightly. And fair play to Everton. I think as the game's gone on, they've grown a bit into it. And Chelsea just losing their way and running out of ideas.
Yeah, well, we sort of almost forecast this, didn't we, at the start, mentioning those couple of seemed like routine home games that Chelsea have struggled with. It's also worth noting that Leeds United, who got hammered by Man City in midweek, almost came away with a point on Saturday and actually led at Stamford Bridge at one stage as well. So perhaps Chelsea are just finding the sides lower down the league just that little bit more difficult to break down. And that foul you mentioned, that yellow card for Andre Gomez, we were still getting shots of the substitutes being ready to come on for Chelsea. And suddenly we saw that Gomez had just gone a little bit hard. So he has been booked. Chelsea on the attack now, across, wild cross though from the left-hand side from Hakim Ziyech. And this has been a problem for Ziyech, I think, ever since he's arrived. We'll see if he's one of the players to get the hook, because he's been struggling a little bit in this second half. It's going to be Ruben Loftus-Cheek to go off, and he's replaced by Ross Barkley. Makes sense, though, Loftus-Cheek on a booking as well. So Barkley is on to replace him. The other player is Saul Niguez, who has not really made much of an impact at Stamford Bridge so far. And we'll see who he comes on for. It looks like it's a Spanish for Spanish swap here, as Saul is going to come on here for Marcos Alonso.
Yeah, Sal's been really underwhelming so far, but he's not really had an opportunity. Obviously, we know Sal's a talented player. I certainly remember a goal he scored against Bayern Munich in the Champions League a few years ago. One of the great solo goals, really, in the semi-finals it was. So he's not really good at it yet, the Chelsea, but he's not really had the opportunity. So this final 25 minutes might be his chance. And of course, Barkley, as I mentioned, does offer a little bit of a goal-scoring threat, of course, and he is a former Everton player, so we would love nothing more than to be the man to sink them. Yeah,
certainly, and when you think of Saul, of course, for many, many years, part of that Diego Simeone revolution at Atletico Madrid, and for a while he was very much never present in that 11, certainly in that squad anyway. And you thought with that kind of reputation arriving here in West London, hasn't really been able to deliver so far. And of course that partly being down to the fact there is so much competition for the places that he goes for, whether it's on the left of midfield or in an attacking three he can play as well, or he can just play slap bang in the middle of midfield as when required. 66 minutes gone, independent off Tube Studio commentary, still goalless here at Stamford Bridge. Second half at Anfield is well underway. They're into the 52nd minute there, and it's still Liverpool 2, Newcastle United 1. But here is chance now for Jorginho, plays that ball in quickly. They're looking for a Mason Mount, and his pass. The problem, I think, for Chelsea is that in the first half they had one or two good moves sprinkled in with a couple of moves which broke down a little bit too easily. Now I think the problem for them is that they're not getting the same attacking chances they had early on in the first half, and it's just starting to affect their play in midfield. It's just starting to look a little bit more disorganised at times.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so much play breaking down from them at the moment. Every time they get it, they're trying to rush to go forward. They know, of course, though, the clock is ticking on this game, but they've still got 25 minutes to go. I don't think they need to be panicking at this stage, but yeah, compared to the first half, though, the play's been a little bit sloppy, to be honest, and they've not really had the rhythm they had in the first half. And I think that is down to Everton, the fact they've grown into the game as well. But Everton aren't really offering a threat going forward, so Chelsea do still need to be patient.
They do. There's still plenty of time, of course, for Chelsea. And if they were to score to make it 1-0 on 95 minutes, I'm sure Thomas Tuchel would like it to be done before then. But it's the 3 points that'll matter, as Everton are robbed of the. Everton win the ball back at the edge of their own box. It's played quickly towards Dobbin, chasing that one down to the edge of the Chelsea penalty area. Rare moment of involvement here for Edouard Mendy, as he just controls the ball inside his own penalty area. A couple of Everton players close by. So Mendy just threads a pass through to Hakim Ziyech. And Ziyech then plays that one in towards Ross Barkley. Saul has gone ahead of him, but Barkley chooses to ignore his fellow substitute, just plays it short now to Ziyech. Ziyech's ball is easily read there by Godfrey, not only clears it, but actually controls it, brings it away here for Everton down the left-hand side. It's still Ben Godfrey getting to the edge of the area. Godfrey, what a run this is, and threads that ball in. And then Doucouré leaves it here for Iwobi. Just a little bit under hit was the back heel there from Doucouré, and then the ball eventually played into midfield there by Reece James. But that was probably the best counter-attack that Everton have had.
Yeah, really good play from Godfrey. It's got to be said. What a break forward that was. In the end, though, the layoff by Doucouré just a little bit short for Iwobi, who couldn't quite get there. But that's much more promising from Everton. And that's what they've got to rely on. Chelsea will tire in this game as well, even despite they have got a lot of the possession. So it's important Everton do make the most of them. But a really good run from Godfrey. But unfortunately for Everton, it never quite came to anything.
Quite come to anything. They're back to their routine now, Everton, of trying to stop Chelsea at the edge of the area. Barclays Square now to Azpilicueta, about 25 yards out. Now Ziyech just having to drop a little bit deeper back towards Antonio Rudiger. Jorginho now under pressure there from Dobbin, still gets the ball out to Azpilicueta, and here is Reece James now down the right hand side, gets the ball in. Mount had too much space there, he turns, and he's blocked by Doucouré. Finally makes up for the fact that he probably should have done more to mark Mount in the first place. Rudiger now gets the ball into the edge of the area. That's stopped by Michael Keane. And then Doucouré can start a counter-attack here for Everton. He's over the halfway line. He's got the pacey Anthony Gordon to his left. Doucouré chooses to go alone, which is the wrong option. And Chelsea have the ball back. We're at 69 minutes. It is still goalless between Chelsea and Everton, and it will be Sam to take us through to full time.
Yeah, Everton on the attack now. Barkley finds Reece James. Maybe a chance for Chelsea. Here's a good chance for Mason Mount. He's in and he scores, and Chelsea do take the lead. And just like that, Everton's work is undone, and Chelsea lead at Stamford Bridge. It's got to be said, though, it was too easy, really, for Chelsea in the end. And Everton was. Bit men forward, and they're punished.
It'll be frustrating here for Rafa Benitez and for the whole Everton team, because they've tried so hard and done so well in terms of their organisation for 69 minutes. And then that one move there, just a bit too much space, and you can see how angry Jordan Pickford is with that.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously Pickford's had a very good gaming goal, and you know the game plan was working really well. Doucouré really poor from him going forward. He gives the ball away cheaply, and Chelsea come forward. Everton have committed men forward, therefore they're light at the back, and that kind of shows really. Reece James gets in a good position. He finds Mount. Mount's certainly onside there, and he gets in a good position. In the end, it's an easy finish for him, and gives Pickford no chance. And Chelsea get the goal, which they'll feel like they deserve.
They certainly will. I mean, in terms of effort, in terms of attacking intent, you certainly can't deny that Chelsea would feel as though they deserve a goal. Frustration for Everton that in the end, after all the good work, it was a relatively simple ball into the box. Mount unmarked, time to set himself a couple of touches before just blasting past Pickford at the near post as well, which might frustrate Jordan Pickford as well. But we can see the Everton bench very frustrated there with the way that goal is conceded. They're also a little bit frustrated with the referee. I think they felt as though there could have been a foul on Doucouré.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't believe it was a foul. And Everton come forward, have actually given the ball away, though. No, I don't think there was a foul on Doucouré necessarily. I think it was just poor play from him, really, and obviously give the ball away. He shouldn't have gone on his own, as you said. And Everton have also made a substitution as well. Trying to figure out who's come on. It's actually Babin who's come on for Gomez. Andre Gomez off and Babin on. Yeah,
so it's quite a sort of, well, I'll say it's a risk. I mean, Gomez, with all his experience, Babin, of course, been out injured for some time as well, but now he gets a chance here with just under 20 minutes to try and save Everton in this game.
Yeah, but Chelsea in possession now, though, with Saul, who finds Pulisic on the left-hand side. Rudiger. Chelsea now can maybe rest up a little bit, but will want that second goal to absolutely make sure, of course, Liverpool winning this evening as well. Very important. Good ball on though there by Doucouré, but in the end though it's back by Thiago Silva, and he goes back to his goalkeeper. It was Dobbin, it was, nearly got on the end of it. Rudiger in possession now though for the hosts. Everton not won at Stamford Bridge since 1994, a very long time ago, from one FA Cup win in 2011 on penalties. Not won at Stamford Bridge since then.
1994, well, I was still in primary school in 1994, and I can assure you that was a long, long time ago. So it's, yeah, it's been a very long time coming here for Everton. It's one of those things where once you get up a bit of a bad run at ground, it can be difficult to break out, particularly when you think of the progress that Chelsea have been making since the late 90s. As the ball now over on the right-hand side, Mount couldn't quite keep it in play. But Everton don't want to lose their heads here. They've worked so hard to keep the game and restrict Chelsea to, well, as it is now, just to the one goal. They don't want to fall away in the last 20 minutes here now.
Absolutely, Everton, of course, maybe losing this game, but you cannot fault what's a pretty youthful Everton side for their effort in this game. They certainly have given it their all, defended really well. In the end, though, just a bit of a lapse in concentration, committing too many bodies forward, really, and Mason Mount got him behind. It's a really good finish from him as well, it's got to be said. But Everton do still have time, but they've got to make sure they, just make the most of an opportunity when it comes their way, which has pretty much been the story of the game for them, really.
It has. That really has been the whole top and bottom really of it for them. But it's as once once again, Godfrey there just caught in possession on the halfway line, but the ball breaks to Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon with a chance to go forward. He's surrounded. Is he fouled there by James? He is. It's going to be a free kick to Everton in a pretty dangerous position. Referee, I think that was a free kick, a little bit of a tug from behind from him, and Everton with a set-piece opportunity.
Yeah,
here.
well, James, we could certainly lip-read him saying I didn't touch him. Well, you almost want to believe him because there's so little contact, and then Gordon just sort of scissors his own legs there and hits the deck. So there's certainly some argument. I mean, James would have been furious if he'd got a booking for that because there was virtually no contact at all.
Absolutely, Gordon certainly made the most of it. It's going to be a free kick taken by Gordon, it looks like, on the left-hand side. Chance to get a good ball into the area to test that Chelsea defence. Maybe an in-swinging right footer from him as well. He does take it. It's not a bad delivery at all. It's at the back post and it's a goal! Everton have equalised and it's Branthwaite who scored, and wow, out of nothing, Everton have done it.
Well, if only Everton could have done that when it was 0-0, then they'd be in front now, of course. But credit to Everton, who really have been under the cosh for most of this game. They conceded a goal relatively late on in the second half, and you think, well, that's going to be it for Everton. But within 5 minutes, they're level here at Stamford Bridge. And Thomas Tuchel immediately wanting to have an inquest there, looking at his monitor to see exactly if there's any kind of saving grace. There'll be no saving grace from VAR here. It's just a good finish from Branthwaite. The ball is heading towards the edge of the 6-yard box. He uses all of that 6'5", 6'6" frame that he has, gets his foot to it and stabs it past Edouard Mendy.
Fair play to Gordon for a fantastic delivery as well. It's right to the back post, dangerous one to deal with, and Branthwaite's in the right place, completely unmarked near enough though, outstretched leg, and from that area he's never missing really, and Everton equalise. And we mentioned all their hard work was undone. They've now got another 15 minutes of hard work to keep the scores level again. Yeah,
well, it's game on now. Certainly from the neutrals' point of view, this makes the next 15-16 minutes of the game very, very exciting, and Chelsea now have to step up a level.
Absolutely, Azpilicueta with the ball now. Chelsea just got to get up now. They did get their goal, which they've been waited so patiently for, but now it's a bit of a setback. We do mention Chelsea's frailties at the back recently, and all of a sudden they are creeping in. Everton have offered very little going forward this evening, but a dangerous delivery into the area, and they're all of a sudden level. And Chelsea, their defence really has been what's defined Thomas Tuchel's reign so far at the club, but and so in recent games starting to fade out a little bit really, and they're not doing as well at the back.
No, they're not, and the problem is that once a few teams can show that there is a way of playing against Chelsea to frustrate them, to stifle them, other teams, of course, will do their homework and try and replicate and improve on that. And that's what we're seeing here after some slightly indifferent results. But here come Everton again now with Gordon.
It finds Gordon, and Gordon into the area, crosses with his left foot, and it's cleared away by Thiago Silva. Them Everton fans are really up for this now as Dobbin going in. It's going to be a corner for the Toffees, and Everton, well, when you go 1-0 down at Never Vision, 6 minutes later, they're on the attack to take the lead.
They are on the attack to take the lead, and considering they scored their equaliser from a set piece, why can't they think about taking the lead from a set piece as well? We'll have to wait and see whether or not this delivery from Gordon is good enough, and whether or not that Chelsea defence is organised this time.
It'll be Gordon to take the corner. 1994 Everton last one at Stamford Bridge. Gordon with it. It's not a bad one either. It's Mendy who just about gets there. Oh, the man goes down. It's a free kick. It's going to be a yellow card for diving as well. It looked like he blew us for a penalty. It's Dobbin, the youngster, who went down. And interesting to see a replay of this. I mean, obviously Dobbin, a very young man. I wonder if he has maybe trying to look for one there. Wasn't convincing by Mendy, and oh no, Dobbin has definitely dived there. It's a blatant
yeah, well, it is. It's a sad indictment of football today that even young players like that are trying to get penalties. But I suppose it's just what they've seen from their older favourites, isn't it? Footballers have been diving forever, and certainly, well, they're going to check this now. I mean, the VAR has decided to stop play momentarily whilst this is being checked over. I think the VAR check is now over, and it is just going to be a free kick to Chelsea with a booking for Dobbin. But potentially they thought there might have been some contact, but there wasn't any, and Dobbin has really done a pretty poor dive in the end, I think.
Yeah, Sal Blentley gets his leg out of the way before making any contact, and he's obviously looked at the leg going out, Dobbin, and thought, if I go down here, it might be a penalty, but never the case. He's definitely dived, and play can resume, and justice done there, really. And Chelsea have possession with Antonio Rudiger. We've got to say though, Mendy from that corner did not look convinced, and that's not good for Chelsea really. Mendy's obviously not been in the best form, and since he signed him with Chelsea, he's obviously been fantastic, Mendy, but not really the last few games. He's starting to show a few frailties.
He is. I mean, when he first arrived, he didn't look the most confident. Then he grew into an excellent goalkeeper, and of course those heroics he had, particularly in that game away at Brentford, where he kept Chelsea in. And as you said, just recently he's proven to be a little bit unsteady on crosses. It only takes a little bit for other teams to capitalise on that, to try and put more pressure as Chalobah being prepared here for Chelsea.
Yeah, Chalobah preparing to come on. It's a nice turn there, but it will be a throw into Everton. And all of a sudden, as Gus said, Everton, since equalising, have found a bit of a confidence to go forward as well, really. It should be very pleasing for Rafa Benitez.
Well, I think the confidence was from before they even conceded, that they had a good approach in this game, and once they weathered an early storm, the first 10-15 minutes, they were really under the cosh for Chelsea with good chances. But the longer that first half were on, Everton just started to grow into the game, and credit to them that they equalised so quickly after conceding.
Chelsea in possession of Azpilicueta, who finds Reece James. Did assist the Chelsea goal. He finds Mason Mount, the man who he did set up. Mason Mount, second goal against Everton. It's all came in a 4-0 win in March 2020. Azpilicueta out to Mason Mount. Mount trying to get a cross in. It's blocked out though for a corner, and now Chelsea can try and get boys into the area.
We're going to try and get bodies into the box here, Chelsea, and Mount's going to leave this corner kick. Ziyech is as well. It's going to be Ross Barkley to whip this ball in, but first of all there's going to be a change, and Cesar Azpilicueta is off to be replaced by Trevor Chalobah.
Yeah, Chalobah has scored a couple of goals this season, the youngster. Azpilicueta, of course, very experienced, but in this sort of position you do want people on the pitch who are going to threaten going forward, and you wouldn't really put Azpilicueta in that bracket. Ross Barkley to take the corner. It's not a bad one either. It will be headed towards goal, and it's saved by Pickford. It was Thiago Silva's header. It was low. Pickford does well in the end to palm it wide.
Does really well there, Jordan Pickford. G's himself up and encourages his teammates as well after making that save. Out swinging corner from the right-hand side. That's heading towards goal. It's not quite in the corner, which just makes that a little bit easier for Pickford. But what makes it harder is that it was bouncing just in front of him. A second corner coming in from the left this time. But it's Rudiger with the header, pretty tame header in the end, straight into the arms of Pickford.
It was dangerous, so two centre-backs there having a bite at the cherry at goal, but Pickford denying them. So I saw how disappointed Pickford was when they conceded the goal, Everton. He'll be delighted, of course, making that save then, though, to keep his side on level terms. But 22 attempts for Chelsea to Everton's 5. This is very much reminding us of that Burnley game we've mentioned a couple of times recently. So many chances for Chelsea. They've just not really been clinical enough, and if Everton were to get a point here, Chelsea will be kicking themselves.
Oh, they would be. It would feel like 2 points drop, because they're playing, albeit Everton have got some organisation about them, and of course they certainly came here with a game plan, but considering that Everton pretty much came to Stamford Bridge to defend, that's the sort of game that Chelsea, if they have got title ambitions, they have to be winning a game like that.
Absolutely. They won it late against Leeds United at the weekend. Chelsea, they'll have to be open to do the same again. Chalobah, with his first couple of touches, he goes back to Mendy, who finds Rudiger. Chelsea, 10 minutes to go at Stamford Bridge, 1-1. Here's Jorginho into James. Mount, nice turn, back to James, but the loose touch, but he does keep possession. Mount, the ball around the cover, James won't quite get there, and the attack breaks down, and every attack that breaks down for Chelsea, Everton can breathe a sigh of relief.
They can. It just means that there's more time to be wasted here with the throw, thinking about going back to the keeper, a couple of quick passes, and Godfrey. It's very funny how he just acting there with Michael Oliver. So, oh, really? I've got to take the throw, have I? Okay, then, ref, no problem. Very apologetic, very sort of trying to make out as though he didn't know what was going on. But this is all part of the what Everton are planning to do here, which is to kill as many seconds as possible. And Chelsea aren't finding it as easy here either. They had a throw on there they won the ball back relatively high up the field, have to go back towards the halfway line.
Thiago Silva plays it to Rudiger. Back to Thiago Silva. Chalobah needs to lust possession there. Good play from Gordon to win it back. The man, of course, will set up Everton's equaliser. Nice play from him, but he just about keep possession. He's done really well in the end, it's got to be said. And then in the end, Everton lose out though. Jorginho finds Ross Barkley against Decore. Barkley's ball. It's going to be a good play though by Bamin to win it back. And then again, though, Everton lose possession, but it will be cleared away by Brathwaite. A bit scrappy at the moment. The ball's going to fall. Pickford will claim that one. And
it's looking a little bit tricky for Chelsea at the moment. They need to find either just that little spark of brilliance or indeed a little bit of luck here at the moment, because just from open play, what they're doing right now isn't troubling Everton enough.
Absolutely not. And Chalobah heads back to Mendy, who then plays the ball back to him. Chalobah, remember that great moment for him the opening day of the season in Chelsea's 3-0 victory over Crystal Palace, when he did find the back of the net. Rudiger to Thiago Silva. Chelsea still have to be quite patient and break down this Everton team. An injury hit Everton fair to say. We look there at touches in the opposition box, 26 for Chelsea, only 7 for Everton. I mean, obviously all this differences in stats don't really matter to Everton, really. If they come away with a point, they won't really care.
No, absolutely not. They'll feel as though it's very much a point game, particularly when it's conceded first. But here comes Mount down the right-hand side.
With a cross, it's going to be headed away, though. Headed away well. Jorginho, Chalobah. Back out to Mount, another crossing chance maybe. Gordon closes him down. He does get a cross in. It's blocked by Godfrey, and Pickford will come. And not sure if he's quite kept that in. He's punched it away. It will be a throw-in, and Pickford does his job of preventing a corner. Yeah,
always a little bit unorthodox there, Pickford, and how he does things, but it's effective. He stopped the corner from being given. Chelsea take a throw here between Chalobah and James.
Chalobah finds Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva to Jorginho. Jorginho back out to Reece James. Mount. James again. Still trying to stand on the right-hand side of the penalty area. James into Thiago Silva, who goes away, finds Jorginho again. Again, plenty of Everton bodies back. Chelsea got to be patient in their play and try and find that killer pass. Jorginho to Chalobah. Goes back to Jorginho. Good play again, though. It's really good play, it's got to be said. And will that go out for a throw? No, it's actually going to be a free kick, it looks like. Gordon. Good play from Gordon to close down, but I think he might have just given away a free kick in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Jorginho certainly looking very frustrated there towards the referee, Michael Oliver. Not feeling the need to come across and diffuse the situation, but it's going to be James to take the free kick from the right-hand side.
Yes, just over 5 minutes to go at Stamford Bridge. Reece James over this free kick. It's not a bad one either. It's flicked on. It will fall to Sal at the back post. Sal plays it back in. It's a really poor one, though, and it goes out for a goal kick. And yeah, Sal there, he's got to do better with that. He's just completely hoofed it out of play.
He's under no real pressure either. I mean, Pulisic potentially could have done a little bit better with the ball that was crossed into him. It's almost like he'd misjudged exactly where the flight of the ball, and it went over his head. But then Saul on that left-hand side, no one's closing him down. All he's got to do is just pick out a teammate, or at least get it into a danger area inside the box, instead of which he lifts it, gets it away for a goal kick. And it's the Everton fans that are in full voice now. They can sense a famous draw here for them, and it will be a famous draw if, with this team, the amount of injuries that they have, if they could hold on here, they'll be delighted with this.
Absolutely. Rafa Benitez, of course, no stranger to delivering a very good defensive performance as a manager. But here comes Chelsea, though. Ziyech flicks it on towards Mount. Mount up against Branthwaite, and Mount beats him for pace. Branthwaite does really well to get back, and he's actually won a goal kick in the end, Mason Mount, a corner, sorry, and it will be Ziyech to take it. He's going to go short for a moment. Is he going to leave this for Barkley? He is. And Ross Barkley, it will be to take it instead. But Branthwaite with a good turn of pace to put it out for a corner, but more pressure on that Everton goal. But got to be said, for the last few minutes, they have dealt with it quite well. Barkley going to be an out-swinging corner from the midfielder. It's into the area. It's headed away, though, by Branthwaite. And now Everton can maybe try and break. It's Dobbin in possession. He's not really know where to go, but he wins a free kick and does his job well there from Reece James. And James not impressed, but good play from the youngster.
It is good play. Hold the ball up, make things difficult, make it more difficult for opposition players to try and win the ball off you. It's nice touch to see that a couple of Everton players who can't even, for example, we see Townsend sat just behind the bench there, so he's made the trip down to London today to be with the team. Seamus Coleman, the club captain there, almost like a second manager there behind Rafa Benitez, trying to bark out some instructions. And it's a free kick now to Everton, and it's closer to the halfway line, so Pickford might try and send this towards the box.
Pickford does launch it forward, but it will be headed away, though, by Sal. Barkley keeps it alive, but Dobbin wins it back from him. Doucouré goes forward. Dobbin then takes it away from Rudiger. Good play from the youngster. Dobbin crosses in, and it will be cleared by Chalobah. It won't be on the edge of the area. It's a poor touch from him, though, and Jorginho clears. And here come Chelsea on the break. It's where they've got to be careful. Pulisic, really good challenge by Michael Keane, though, and Doucouré wins it back. Here's Iwobi, and Iwobi through to Dobbin, who's onside up against Thiago Silva. Dobbin turns, it's a bit of a loose touch, and it'll just run through to Mendy. And yeah, just broke down a little bit in the end, but Everton with an opportunity to go forward. Great
opportunity. I've not seen Dobbin too many times. I just wonder, does he not trust his right foot there? He could have easily put his laces through that and shot towards goal. It seemed like he was very keen on turning onto his left foot, and that just slowed things down, and he was able to have the ball taken off him. But here come Chelsea now.
Yeah, Barkley finds Jorginho. Game a little bit end-to-end, which Everton won't really want at this point, really, with all the hard work they have done. Chalobah finds Jorginho. Rudiger. Barkley. Jorginho. Chalobah, the substitute again, goes forward. It's not a poor ball, though, from Chalobah, that, and it runs through to Pickford. That's not really what Chelsea needs. Ziyech is never getting that.
No, it's more or less in his direction, but you couldn't say it was a pass directly to him. Once again, Pickford just taking those extra few seconds just to ask his teammates who wants the ball. No one wants the ball. They want you to clear it long, Jordan, but you know what you're doing. You're just trying to kill a few seconds there again, and it's working. Everton just a couple of minutes away now from getting into injury time, and I don't think there'll be that much of it. I'd be surprised if there's any more than 4 minutes, really, because haven't had too many stoppages. Everton getting ready to bring on a third and final change.
Dobbin finds Iwobi. It's a little bit wide for him, but Iwobi with an opportunity maybe. He's going to take his time, there's no doubt. Takes it into the area, but then plays it back out. Cross in, and it's going to be headed away though by Jorginho quite easily. And yeah, a bit of ball there from Dobbin to Iwobi, you know, and he was pretty much in, but in the end the ball just forced him slightly wide.
He did just force him slightly wide, yes, and we'll see that it's Tyler Onyango getting ready to come on, 18-year-old midfielder. So wait to see who he replaces in these last few minutes. But for the time being, Jorginho brings the ball forward, and Chelsea really have just been bereft of ideas in these last few minutes. They're going forward, but they just can't find the space. And again, it's another one of these through balls that just misses the target, and it goes all the way through to Pickford.
Yes, poor already from Chelsea. They just can't afford any drop points here today, Chelsea. If they do, they will go 4 points behind league leaders Manchester City, and not really good for Chelsea. They were top of the league a couple of weeks ago, but they have hit a bit of a rough patch, and with the Everton squad they've got available too, well, they'll see this is a huge missed opportunity. But as for Everton, this will be a vital point for them.
It certainly will. Everton's next game against Leicester is off at the weekend. They then play Burnley on Boxing Day. Chelsea's next game is away to Wolves on Sunday. They then play away to Brentford in the Carabao Cup in midweek. It's the quarterfinals Tuesday and Wednesday next week, before playing away to Aston Villa on Boxing Day. But all those to be confirmed, of course, with the current situation with the pandemic. We may see quite a few more games of falling away, but this is good news for Everton. They've won themselves a free kick, and it's in the Chelsea half.
And Everton are going to make that change. 20 seconds to go until the 90 minutes are played. It's going to be
Anthony Gordon.
Anthony Gordon. Well, it should be a good game he's had, Gordon. He did get the assist for the equaliser. A very good free kick delivery for that. Worked his socks off. He certainly deserves a round of applause from the Goodison Park, well, from the Everton faithful who've made the trip to Stamford Bridge. It's going to be Onyango to come on, another young Everton player, and they are closing in what would be a famous point at Stamford Bridge due to the circumstances, but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here. It
is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official was put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
It's going to be flicked on by Keeper. That's easily through though to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will of course have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones really. And
they are, but interesting, Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't really be surprised at that, can you, really? Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says, really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Chalobah finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva always lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Lively first off from the Moroccan, but has certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. James taking his time. Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns. Finds Rudiger. Well, it's a nice take, and here comes Chelsea. Sal with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton can clear with Branthwaite. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Sal. Onto Mount, goes to get there. James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane. It's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control. He's done really well. Gets it forward. Anywhere will do at this point for Everton. But it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal, you'd imagine, in the last couple of minutes.
Yes, it's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here, just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till it's time to play, as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
He's had a quietly good game today, Michael Keane, the England international. I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho, Everton though keeping a good line though, really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. Something they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva. On to Ziyech against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks and it will be headed further away, and then the clearance is completed. Iwobi won't keep that alive. That's another throw-in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. But his ball into Pulisic is behind the American. And
then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase as the ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea got to have a bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played. That turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in, it's a really good ball, it's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley. And he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. Wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic has to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time, and Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp there with that right foot of Pickford, but by the time he clears this, we've had the full 5 minutes, so it's just a case of whether Michael Oliver feels he wants to add on anything on top of that, but it looks like Everton have done it.
A famous point for Everton in the circumstances. As for Chelsea, a huge 2 points drop. Pickford kicks it forward. Whistle's not gone yet. It's going to be straight out of play, though, and it will be Chelsea's throw-in. Time certainly against them, though. Chalobah.
Well, I can't imagine we've got more than 30 seconds in addition to what we've already seen here now. We're pretty much at 5.5 minutes of injury time played. So surely once it gets to 6 minutes, it will be up. And Michael Oliver looks at his watch, and is he going to blow for full time there? I think he might do.
He has blown for full time, and it ends Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Mason Mount it was who gave Chelsea, believe it, just a few minutes later. It was Branthwaite who equalised for Everton, an unlikely source. A famous point for Everton considering all their injury issues, and a great job done by Everton and Rafa Benitez. Final score at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea 1, Everton 1. But a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing
but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official was put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
Ball in. It's going to be flicked on by Keane, but that's easily through though to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will of course have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones really. And
they are, but interesting. Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't be surprised at that, can you, really? Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says, really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Chalobah finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva has lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Lively first off from the Moroccan, but that's certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. James taking his time, Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns, finds Rudiger. Well, it's a nice take, and here comes Chelsea Sal with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton can clear it right away. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Sal, onto Mount, goes to get there, James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane, it's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control, and he's done really well, gets it forward, anywhere will do at this point for Everton, but it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal you'd imagine in the last couple of minutes.
Yes, it's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till time to play as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
He's had a quietly good game today, Michael Keane, the England international. I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho, though, keeping a good line though, really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. Something they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva, on to Ziyech against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks, and it will be headed further away, and the experience is completed. Iwobi won't keep that alive, but it's another throw-in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. Ball into Pulisic, is behind the American.
And then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase as the ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea got to have a bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played, that turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in, it's a really good ball, it's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley. And he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. Wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic has to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time, and Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp there with that right foot of Pickford, but by the time he clears this, we've had the full 5 minutes, so it's just a case of whether Michael Oliver feels he wants to add on anything on top of that, but it looks like Everton have done it.
A famous point for Everton in the circumstances. As for Chelsea, a huge 2 points drop. Pickford kicks it forward. Whistle's not gone yet. It's going to be straight out of play, though, and it will be Chelsea's throw-in. Time certainly against them, though. Chalobah.
Well, I can't imagine we've got more than 30 seconds in addition to what we've already seen here now. We're pretty much at 5.5 minutes of injury time played. So surely once it gets to 6 minutes, it will be up. And Michael Oliver looks at his watch, and is he going to blow for full time there? I think he might do.
He has blown for full time, and it ends Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Mason Mount it was who gave Chelsea, believe it, just a few minutes later. It was Branthwaite who equalised for Everton, an unlikely source. A famous point for Everton considering all their injury issues, and a great job done by Everton and Rafa Benitez. Final score at Stamford Bridge: Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Circumstances, but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official has put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
Ball in, it's going to be flicked on by Keane, but that's easily through though to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will of course have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones really. And
they are, but interesting, Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't really be surprised at that, can you, really? really. Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Challenger finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva always lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Lively first off from the Moroccan, but that's certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. James taking his time. Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns. Finds Rudiger. Well, it's nice take, and here comes Chelsea. Saul with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton can clear Brandt away. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Saul. Onto Mount, goes to get there. James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane. It's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control. He's done really well, gets it forward. Anywhere will do at this point for Everton, but it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal, you'd imagine, in the last couple of minutes.
It's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here, just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till time to play, as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
Mark Keane's had a quietly good game today. Michael Keane, the England international, I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho, keeping a good line though, really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. That's what they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva, on to Ziyech against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks, and it will be headed further away, and then the clearance is completed. Iwobi won't keep that alive, but it's another throw-in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. Ball into Pulisic, just behind the American.
And then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase as the ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea will have a bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played. That turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in, it's a really good ball. It's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley. And he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. It wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic had to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time, and Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp there with that right foot on their big foot. But by the time he clears this, we've had the full 5 minutes, so it's just a case of whether Michael Oliver feels he wants to add on anything on top of that. But it looks like Everton have done it.
A famous point for Everton in the circumstances. As for Chelsea, a huge 2 points drop. Pickford kicks it forward. Whistle's not gone yet. It's going to be straight out of play, though, and it will be Chelsea's throw-in. Time certainly against them, though. Chalobah.
Well, I can't imagine we've got more than 30 seconds in addition to what we've already seen here now. We're pretty much at 5.5 minutes of injury time played. So surely once it gets to 6 minutes, it will be up. And Michael Oliver looks at his watch, and is he going to blow for full time there? I think he might do.
He has blown for full time, and it ends Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Mason Mount it was who gave Chelsea the lead. Just a few minutes later, it was Branthwaite who equalised for Everton, unlikely source. A famous point for Everton considering all their injury issues, and look Great job done by Everton and Rafa Benitez. Final score at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Circumstances, but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official was put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
Ball in, it's going to be flicked on by Keane, but that's easily through though to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will of course have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones really. And
they are, but interesting, Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't really be surprised at that, can you, really? Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says, really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Challenger finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva always lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Well, the first start for Morocco, but that's certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. James taking his time. Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns. Finds Rudiger. Well, it's a nice take, and here comes Chelsea. Saul with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton can clear with Branthwaite. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Saul. Onto Mount, goes to get there. James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane. It's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control. He's done really well. Gets it forward anywhere will do at this point for Everton. But it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal, you'd imagine, in the last couple of minutes.
It's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here, just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till it's time to play, as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
Mark Keane's had a quietly good game today. Michael Keane, the England international, I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho, keeping a good line though, really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. Something they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva. On to Ziyech against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks, and it will be headed further away, and then the clearance is completed. Iwobi won't keep that alive, but it's another throw in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. Ball into Pulisic is behind the American.
And then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase as the ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea will have a bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played. That turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in, it's a really good ball, it's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley, and he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. Wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic had to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time, and Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp there with that right foot, Pickford. But by the time he clears this, we've had the full 5 minutes, so it's just a case of whether Michael Oliver feels he wants to add on anything on top of that. But it looks like Everton have done it.
A famous point for Everton in the circumstances. As for Chelsea, a huge 2 points drop. Pickford kicks it forward. Whistle's not gone yet. It's going to be straight out of play, though, and it will be Chelsea's throw-in time. Certainly against them, though. Chalobah.
Well, I can't imagine we've got more than 30 seconds in addition to what we've already seen here now. We're pretty much at 5.5 minutes of injury time played. So surely once it gets to 6 minutes, it will be up. And Michael Oliver looks at his watch, and is he going to blow for full time there? I think he might do.
He has blown for full time, and it ends Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Mason Mount it was who gave Chelsea belief. Just a few minutes later, it was Branthwaite who equalised for Everton, an unlikely source. A famous point for Everton considering all their injury issues, and a great job done by Everton and Rafa Benitez. Final score at Stamford Bridge: Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Circumstances, but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official was put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
Ball in, it's going to be flicked on by Keane, but that's easily through though to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will of course have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones really. And
they are, but interesting, Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't really be surprised at that, can you, really? Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says, really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Chalobah finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva always lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Allowed the first off from Morocco, but has certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. James taking his time, Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns, finds Rudiger. Well, it's a nice take, and here comes Chelsea. Sal with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton kind of clear with Branthwaite. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Sal. Onto Mount, goes to get there. James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane. It's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control. He's done really well, gets it forward. Anywhere will do at this point for Everton, but it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal, you'd imagine, in the last couple of minutes.
It's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here, just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till time to play, as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
Keane's had a quietly good game today. Michael Keane, the England international, I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho. Keeping a good line though, really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. Something they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva, on to Ziyech against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks, and it will be headed further away, and then the clearance is completed. Iwobi won't keep that alive, but it's another throw-in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. Ball into Pulisic, just behind the American. And
then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase. The ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea got a little bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played. That turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in. It's a really good ball. It's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley. And he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. It wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic had to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time, and Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp there with that right foot of their Pickford, but by the time he clears this, we've had the full 5 minutes, so it's just a case of whether Michael Oliver feels he wants to add on anything on top of that, but it looks like Everton have done it.
A famous point for Everton in the circumstances. As for Chelsea, a huge 2 points drop. Pickford kicks it forward. Whistle's not gone yet. It's going to be straight out of play, though, and it will be Chelsea's throw-in time. Certainly against them, though. Chalobah.
Well, I can't imagine we've got more than 30 seconds in addition to what we've already seen here now. We're pretty much at 5.5 minutes of injury time played. So surely once it gets to 6 minutes, it will be up. And Michael Oliver looks at his watch, and is he going to blow for full time there? I think he might do.
He has blown for full time, and it ends Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Mason Mount it was who gave Chelsea the lead. Just a few minutes later, it was Branthwaite who equalised for Everton, an unlikely source. A famous point for Everton considering all their injury issues, and a great job done by Everton and Rafa Benitez. Final score at Stamford Bridge: Chelsea 1, Everton 1. Circumstances, but a chance for Kenny to put a good ball in here.
It is a good chance here for Kenny. Chelsea playing quite a high offside line. The fourth official was put up 5, so we are going to get 5 minutes of injury time. Here comes the ball in.
Ball in, it's going to be flicked on by Keeper. That's easily through, though, to Mendy. There's been a bit of a head collision, so the game will, of course, have to stop, and that will add a couple of minutes on, and they're always quite sore ones, really. And
they are, but interesting, Saul straight up onto his feet there. He doesn't want to waste any time, of course, because his side need every second here. Michael Keane just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Pickford has been awarded man of the match by BT Sport. You can't really be surprised at that, can you, really? Pickford, it's got to be said, he's had a fine display in goal, and just says, really, I mean, he does have his critics, Pickford, but when he's at his best, he is a very good goalkeeper.
He is. I mean, as I say, there's a reason why he's England's #1 right now. There are other good England goalkeepers, but Pickford really has grown into that role, and just seeing a few of his highlights this evening, making a couple of really good saves, and both Keane and Saul now on their feet. We're playing on.
Absolutely. Chalobah finds Thiago Silva. Chelsea just got to hurry this up. 1 of the 5 extra minutes have been played, but of course it will be a little bit longer, you'd imagine, due to the head injuries. Thiago Silva always lost possession quite cheaply there, and it was nearly won back by Dobbin, but Thiago Silva just about regains it. Here's Ziyech. Allowed the first off from Morocco, but has certainly been a lot quieter in this one. Rudiger finds Chalobah. Chalobah out to James. Taking his time, Everton putting some good pressure on. Barkley turns, finds Rudiger. Well, it's a nice take, and here comes Chelsea. Sal with a bit of a loose touch though, and Everton kind of clear with Branthwaite. It's a bit of a hesitant touch, but then it's away. Barkley wins it back, threads it through to Sal. Onto Mount, goes to get there. James will. James onto Mount in the area. Mount trying to turn, he does with his right foot, crosses in, it's headed away by Michael Keane. It's over the head of Ziyech, and then Dobbin can't control. He's done really well, gets it forward. Anywhere will do at this point for Everton, but it is back in possession of Chelsea with Mendy, who finds Jorginho, and it's going to be a wave towards that Everton goal, you'd imagine, in the last couple of minutes.
It's going to be one-way traffic if Chelsea can help it, of course. They're going to keep the ball as high up the field as they can. Everton now setting up in pretty much 2 banks of 5 here, just to try and restrict anything that Chelsea are doing. Still 2.5, maybe just over 3 minutes with that injury till time to play, as Barkley tries to get that ball forward, and stepping forward there is Keane, clears the ball away.
Mark Keane's had a quietly good game today. Michael Keane, the England international, I mean, obviously had his critics as well recently, but did well enough there to get that clearance in, and Rudiger will find Thiago Silva. Again, Chelsea coming forward. Jorginho, also no keeping a good line though. Really making it hard for Chelsea to find a way through. Something they've done so often in this game. Jorginho, Thiago Silva. On to Ziyech. Against Iwobi. Nice turn from Barkley, but then Decore blocks, and it will be headed further away, and then the clearance is completed. Iwobi won't keep that out alive. But it's another throw-in for Chelsea, but time is running out. The clock is against Thomas Tuchel's side.
It is. Pretty much 90 seconds of injury time left to play now, plus anything Michael Oliver wants to add on in addition. Chelsea pushing forward again. Can they find the space here? Here comes Mount. Ball into Pulisic is behind the American.
And then Keane can clear. Dobbin goes to chase, but he just gives up that chase as the ball runs through to Edouard Mendy, who will find Thiago Silva. Chelsea will have a bit of urgency, but fair play to Everton for the shape they are keeping. It's really making it hard for Chelsea.
Well, yeah, just to confirm as well that if it stays as it is, Chelsea will be 4 points behind Man City, but with the same number of games played, that turns into a bit of a gap. But here comes Chalobah now.
Chalobah with a nice turn, eventually plays it back to James. James who crosses in, it's a really good ball, it's just about cleared by Keane. Really good delivery though by James. Decore completes the clearance. Here is Jorginho on to Ziyech. Jorginho, Chalobah, chance for him to cross, he checks back. He then finds Jorginho again. Chelsea continue to be patient. Thiago Silva to Chalobah. Reece James. Ziyech. Again, Chelsea just being patient. Ziyech tries to work it onto that left foot. He will find Barkley. And he tries to play a ball through. It's a good one towards Pulisic, who does keep it alive. He does find Rudiger as well. Wasn't the best ball by Barkley, but Pulisic has to keep it alive to prevent it going for a goal kick. Rudiger plays it in, and will that be a corner? No, it's going to run through to Pickford, who will undoubtedly take his time. And Everton might well be there.
Yeah, well, by the time Pickford gets up and clears this, just taking a bit of cramp